We are broadcasting live.
So, good morning, everyone. This is the Mono Council meeting for Thursday, August 24th, 2023. This meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted by Section 238, 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended and the Town of Mono's Procedural Bylaw 2020-42. Residents can either watch us simultaneously with this meeting or later on our YouTube channel. I see that we have a quorum. Just as a reminder, the emergency exits are in the rear of the council chambers beyond the meeting room. Members are free to declare pecuniary interest at this point or any point in the course of the meeting. And I'm going to call on Councillor Davey to do the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor Croman. We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the town of Mono resides within the traditional territory and ancestral lands of the Tionatante, the Attawandaron, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the town of Mono resides within the treaty lands under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connection of Indigenous peoples with this land, its waterways, and resources.
Thank you. I have a motion that Council approves the agenda of Session 16, 2023 as circulated. Do I have a mover? Councillor Cape, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any opposition to the motion? Motion is carried. I have a motion that Council approves the minutes of Session 14, 2023 and 15, 2023 as circulated. Councillor Davey moves. Councillor Magdalene seconds. Any discussion, comments? Any opposed? That motion carries. We have no proclamations today, I believe. Any submitted questions before we turn to the gallery?
We have one question that was submitted in advance online, Your Worship. The question comes from Mr. Singer and specifically asks, is Council considering revisiting their fill importation bylaw in view of the large-scale ongoing fill operation at 6 concession EHS? What safeguards, testing, etc. are currently in place to safeguard environmental integrity?
And that address, is that a licensed?
That is the Lafarge pit on
Okay.
6th line.
Well, I'll take a swing at this and maybe others can join in. We unfortunately cannot control the importation of fill to a licensed site. That is at the discretion of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. It is alarming to us. We've made our views known on that. There is going to be a fill bylaw presented to Council fairly shortly that hopefully we will finally sink our teeth into. Mark?
Just to add to that, Your Worship, the Municipal Act gives municipalities the authority to pass a fill bylaw, and the Municipal Act also specifically prohibits from municipalities from having their fill bylaw impact on licensed aggregate pits.
Well, and worse than that, there's been a recent edict from the province. I think confirmation came in within the last few days of further concessions to the aggregate industry in terms of how they run their licensed pits and quarries. Any other comments? Okay, anyone from the audience would like to ask a question? Come on forward, Ed, and just to make certain the microphone is on. Yes, that would be fine.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to make it fairly short because you already have what I want to bring up this morning, and that has to do with the email that I sent a few days ago regarding the NEC permit application on Airport Road. Oh, sorry.
For the record,
Sorry, my
thank you.
name is Ed Craker, and I live on Airport Road. So I'm not going to go into the details of my email because you already have that. I will say I can't stay for the whole council meeting. I know that item comes up further on, and I'm going to have to leave. So first of all, if anybody has any questions on my email, I invite you to ask those questions. But I just want to refer to a few questions that I have near the end of the email in the second last paragraph. And that is, first of all, when did Mono staff first receive notification that this permit application had been received by the NEC? I'm assuming there would have been an earlier indication that the August 8th notification of decision to approve. And if that question can't be answered now, I'm just going to defer it, but I would appreciate an answer to that question.
Dave, can you give us a short course on the NEC development permit process and when we are first aware of an application as distinct from when the application has been processed and put out for public comment, which, as I think I indicated to you, Ed, I have found this annoying in the extreme for years, that the affected neighbors and others are basically told after the application has been processed, you've got, I think it's 15 days to get your comments in, and that's the end of it. I think it should be, frankly, the other way around, as it is with the municipal planning scheme. Dave?
So, sorry if you can hear me well enough. NEC, the commission, deals with applications for site alteration or changes to a property of any kind of material nature through minor or material, frankly, through one of two means. And one is, of course, say someone wants a small garden shed and it's in the development control area or in the plan area, which is also within the development control area. So let me make that distinction first. There are lands in Mono, as in other municipalities, that are in or within and subject to the Niagara Escarpment plan. But there's also contiguous lands that may not necessarily be in the plan area, but fall under the development control mechanism of the NEC, the commission, because they're contiguous.
Dave, if I can, I think what we're looking for is the sequence of events.
Right, yeah.
And when we first are aware and in a position to scrutinize and potentially report to council.
Yep, okay, so in a minor case, it goes to a letter of clearance. In a more material case, it goes through the development permit application process. Any agency that may have interest, the Conservation Authority, for example, would get circulated for comments. The municipality is circulated as a matter of sort of diplomacy, if you will, although they will look for comments from us dealing with zoning-related matters and that sort of thing. But at the end of the day, the commission makes or issues or decides to issue a permit, most often with conditions, after which they provide notice or require notice to be posted by the applicant owner, and that's a placard abutting the frontage of the property, the street frontage, and it's, I believe it's 14 days, I believe, for anyone who has interest in it to make comments back and or appeal on that DPA as issued.
Just to confirm, Fred Simpson, the NEC permit becomes part of our agenda if it's mailed, if it's sent to us. I'm assuming it's emailed to us. It's put on the council meeting, the next council meeting's agenda as a schedule item.
In most cases, if there's no conflict with a zoning bylaw, if there's no issue that the town would see, we would process it as if it was an application outside of the NEC. So we're not trying to penalize people for being in the NEC process. So in this case, the reason you're seeing the notice was because of the history on this particular application. So we wanted to make council aware that this applicant was moving through the process based on the past history. If it was normally a house being built on a property that would normally meet our zoning bylaw, we would process that internally, and council would not even see those.
But in this, if I could just clarify, but in this instance, this has been advanced to our agenda at the first possible opportunity, and the reason that we didn't see it Tuesday, which is our normal meeting date, is because our meeting was moved forward to Thursday. Is that an accurate?
Yes, we have not had a council meeting since this was received at the town office.
Okay. Ed?
So
Linda?
Sorry, just to clarify your timing, I mean, the 20, it was interesting about the 22nd being the date, because that would have been our normal meeting. But you also were on top of, even though we've postponed our meeting for a couple of days, we did get our materials on the Thursday as we usually do,
Correct.
Yes.
right? Right.
Ed?
From the comments that Dave has made, he's implying that there was correspondence from the NEC asking for comments from the municipality before we got to this stage. Is that correct?
Correct.
So my question is that's the nature of my question. When did we first get notification that this application had come in?
I believe it was mid-late July.
So my comment is, given the history of this thing, the amount of money that we've already spent, the reaction that happened from the neighbors the last time around, why wasn't there some warning? Why wasn't council notified so council could deal with this in a timely manner? This wasn't your typical development application. This one had a history to it, and it was a negative history in this town. And so my question is not so much this particular notification, but when the one in July came in, that would have been a natural time for this to be brought to the attention of the town and to the parties. For example, MC Squared was a party to the previous hearing. I was, of course, representing MC Squared at that hearing, but that's my comment too.
Well, I wasn't on council when the previous issues were addressed, but my understanding was that it was a question of a use of the lake, and that was litigated at great expense, and there was an appeal, and a limited use conceded to Mr. Singer and his family. This is different. This is an actual house that is being applied for, and there may be characteristics of the application that are concerning. I know I have a few concerns, but I think it's sort of conflating the two issues, the use versus what's in front of us now. And it's debatable as to whether or not, we should be objecting to a house being built there when he probably has the right to build a house there. And I think it's been known for some time that that was ultimately going to occur. I don't know if I'm mischaracterizing that or not.
Well, first of all, he's not building a house. It's a mobile home that's going to be pulled on site. The application includes a lot more than
I
a
know
pad
it
for a
does.
mobile home, but I want to leave that right now. I want to get back to my original
let's say
question.
a residence
And my
then.
question isn't to council, it's to Mr. Trotman. Why wasn't council notified in July that application had come in?
There was a period for comments back, and the information from NEC was that this was in conformity with the hearing officer's decision from some years ago, and they were likely going to issue the permit on the basis that it was going to be a primary use residence for him.
The same situation occurred back in 2016. The NEC was going to approve it. They said this was a legitimate application, and it was only when the residents, and I agree, it's a very frustrating process that the neighbors only get notified with a 2-week deadline. But it was when that was the first time the neighbors heard about it, and of course they appeared at council, and as a result, Mono made a decision to oppose. And it wasn't just Singer that was being opposed in 2016; it was the NEC that was being opposed by the town of Mono, because the NEC was prepared to approve it. Now we're in the same situation, and this is far more than. If you look at what's being requested in the approval, there's a lot more than a pad for a mobile home.
I'm going to suggest that we move on to the extent that we will get to that item on Schedule A and probably have a good, healthy discussion about it and what
yes.
we can do about it.
Excuse me for
Yeah.
going on.
Excuse me,
Hello? Cliff Singer on the line?
Mr.
Like,
Singer, if you could wait your turn, please.
Well, yes, but
Mr.
here's
Singer?
Mr.
Mr. Singer,
Croker.
I have a
He
delegation
hasn't-
here.
Has not been factual.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
I will recognize you as soon as we're finished with the people in the audience here who have been
All right,
waiting
thank you.
patiently. Thank you.
The second question I have is, by the way, what I was going to say was, I'll have to leave for another meeting, so I'd love to be able to stay for that item, but I probably won't be able to. I have to leave about 10:30. That's why I asked if anybody has any questions on my email. The second question is, since the letter from the NEC, this last letter has been dated August the 8th, and according to the date stamp, wasn't received in our offices until 1 week later, have we put in a request to the NEC to extend the deadline for that? I mean, in today's world, there's no logical reason why it should take a week for a letter to get from the NEC's office to the town of Mono.
Well, yeah, that's a very good point. I think when we have the discussion about the matter, the question of whether we ask for an extension will be addressed.
Okay.
It certainly, it does beg the question.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none from the audience, Mr. Singer? Oh, I do have somebody in the audience. Louis Baker? Good morning. Again, just for the record, if we could have your name and...
There it is, okay. I'd like to briefly give a background of this. It isn't
Very briefly, this is the opportunity to ask questions.
How about that?
You have to state your name and address.
Pardon?
For the record, you have to state your name and address.
Oh, Louis Baker, 388193 Mono Center Road. I have copies of correspondence I'd like to give you as a 2-page, or not 2 pages, but 2 pages of comments. Make it a little easier.
Okay. Why not do that after your question has been asked and answered?
Okay, that makes it easier, fine. I wrote a sent an email on May 25th, recalling my wife and I driving south on Airport Road at 7:30 in the morning on the way to Calvin East. About halfway down, I noticed dump trucks. And the dump trucks, I had the license plates, and et cetera, et cetera. We continued on where we were going, did what we had to do, then turned around and went north.
Yeah, if you can bring the microphone closer. Thank you.
Okay. Then we went north going home, and we saw more dump trucks in front of us on the way north. We just followed them into the property at the corner of Mono Center Road, I think 20th Side Road. When I arrived, there were 2 trucks that had already entered and were stopped, and there was a conversation going on. So I got out of the car and took the license plate number and asked the drivers, where did you come from? I know you came from the south. We came from Brampton. Your fill load is heavy. Where did you fill it up? In Brampton. And one or two of them didn't speak very clear in terms of me understanding it with my hearing aids. But that was very clear at the time. I asked them if they had any other approvals, and they really didn't know what I was talking about. I said, you know what, we'll just drop this.
Okay, so the question being?
Two things.
Okay.
It came from Brampton, the truck, and was filled up in Brampton with fill from Brampton. It may have originally been elsewhere, but the last destination before there was Brampton. So I called Mr. Simpson and advised him of the dumping and the various communications. I also advised that he supervising. Okay.
So Louis, if I can suggest your question really goes to the enforcement of the fill bylaw from the standpoint of locally sourced fill and whether or not that has been followed.
Well,
And
there's
your
two-
assertion is that it hasn't been.
There's two things. You're quite correct in terms of the fill issue. The other issue has been a permanent issue with Mono, is engagement and transparency. And what went on after I called Mono was an issue again that we don't believe in E&T. So he advised, he being Simpson, he advised that the site had a permit to dump and the local and provincial authorities were supervising. I asked if the authorities and or Mono's bylaw enforcement officer if they'd been informed that the fill loads had been inspected for contamination and found to be contaminant-free, and confirmed that the fill had been originally sourced from Dufferin County. At that time, Mr. Simpson had no information, and I asked if he could obtain and provide me with copies of the written confirmation from the appropriate authorities with respect to my first two questions. And if the above is not available, perhaps Mono would have worked on, should have worked on the site stopped until these things were provided. Looking forward to your early response, and thank you for your cooperation. I never got a response, which is all part of our engagement and transparency.
Okay. So
We did speak.
yeah.
I called.
Okay.
Okay. Let me see here. Yes, I asked him at the time, who were the other consultants that approved the permit, a permit, the dumping, the lack of contamination. Going over my letter, he mentioned, I had mentioned to him about concrete being visible. And I said, no, I don't know. The only thing I saw was the top layer was concrete in the 2 or 3 trucks I saw. What was underneath, I have no idea. Yes, so I asked him if he could provide written evidence that whoever this other consultant was, and my memory is, it was somebody north of where we are today. And that was pretty well it. I was over at the site in the last several days, and apparently they are working on 2 houses, and the third one's gone back up for sale. So that is what I observed and was told. So what I'm here for really is to find out what actually happened in terms of I was representative of Mono facing fill issue and also the engagement issue.
Okay. I'm going to offer to let Fred say anything, but I'm going to suggest that if he chooses not to, we will get back to you with a written response. That particular property has been the subject of a lot of scrutiny and condominium agreement, various other agreements, and as far as I know, they are now through that process, and I would say as well that if any, and we've said this at previous meetings, if there is any suspicion of a breach of our bylaws, there is a site on our website, part of our website, where one can file a complaint. The important part of that is that it becomes a record that we keep, that we must investigate, and satisfy ourselves that it is either it has merit or it doesn't. But I'm prepared to find out what occurred there. But as far as I know, the condominium corporation now existent, which wasn't formed until we gave permission for it to be, they've gotten permits from the county, building permits as an example for those two houses. Everything is being done in conformity with the conditions that have been set, and they've been stringent conditions.
In other words, will there be a confirmation back to me that yes, the contamination issue was?
I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know whether or not they brought fill in. I do know that some road material was brought in, and the source for that road material was the same supplier who provides the crushed limestone for the town of Mono.
What is crushed limestone? Why is that?
Fred is, go ahead.
So, Your Worship, we did receive a phone call. I received a phone call from Mr. Baker reporting what appeared to be an infraction of the fill bylaw. Bylaw enforcement was dispatched the same day. It was one of the two properties that had the building permit that you just referred to. Our bylaw enforcement officer firsthand witnessed that it was crushed limestone being brought in and spread to build a driveway. It was less than 25 truckloads or 250 cubic meters, which under our fill bylaw did not need a specific permit to conduct that operation. It was confirmed that the source of the material was from the Walker aggregate pit, as you point out, the same source that we use, the town, to buy crushed limestone for our roads. So it was determined that there was an operation that was fully permitted within the town's bylaw, as crushed limestone is not available to be sourced from within the town, and it's a known aggregate operation. So we did not insist on confirmation or proof of the clean fill because it came from a licensed pit.
And Louis, that is an issue that we're going to have to address when we revisit the bylaw. It's fair enough to say that it should be locally sourced, but it does beg the question of when you cannot find a local source, what do you then do? And I would suggest that that we are going to need to have provision for materials that come from, as an example, that are clean and come from a source that is licensed. I mean, it does. We put those amendments in to try and stop what you were describing, but as Mr. Simpson says, it turned out that it was for driveway construction, and it was material that's identical to what is being put down on our roads as I speak.
What has that got to do with the subject we're talking about?
Sorry?
What has that got to do with the subject I brought here?
Well, I think there's a contradiction between yourself and Mr. Simpson of those truck movements and what was in those trucks. And I'm not certain how you would have seen what was inside those trucks.
I don't find it.
Okay. So there's a difference of opinion. There's a difference
Well,
in
maybe we should worry more about tightening up the fill bylaw after all these years.
well,
Talk
it
about
it
doing
it is going to come before council, and I can assure you it's going to have a good, healthy debate. And
I've been assured for years.
well, it is going to. So do you have any other questions?
I'd like all this in writing.
I'll do my best
It
to.
is not contaminated.
I'll send you an email myself. How's that? I won't necessarily go into great detail, but I'll tell you what my views are regarding the fill bylaw when it comes forward.
When is it destined to come forward?
Please use the microphone, Louis. I can't go
When is it destined to come forward?
I think it's within a meeting or two, is it not?
Well, it's on council's list of unfinished business, which we're still looking for council to indicate their priorities, after which staff will give estimated times.
It's, yeah.
That doesn't fly anymore.
Louis, I can assure you we will get to it very soon. And I know you've heard that before, and I share your frustration. But as you know, halfway through the process, the province started tinkering with things, and we were not happy with some of the materials that we received from our consultant. It was very complex, and we wanted something a little bit more digestible and understandable by the people who are going to be affected by the fill bylaw.
Maybe, with all due respect, maybe we need an additional senior hire to look after things that we can't handle, because we've been unable to handle this one for 6 years.
Well, that's because we're a very activist town, and we have a lot on our plate, and we continue to put things on our plate, and we continue to get things done. So I will write to you sometime in the next week, probably not immediately, but I will attempt to get back to you with some information myself.
Are we going to be accepting the telephone advice of people from your organization here?
Sorry,
When do we get back to the engagement and transparency? It happens
Okay.
every minute of the day.
I think you've made your point.
No, I haven't.
Well,
No,
Louis, I think you've made your point. There may be other people in the audience who want to ask questions. I know that Mr. Singer is waiting patiently to address a few of his matters as well.
Thank you. We waited 5 years for Mr. Singer.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the audience before I ask Mr. Singer to make a few brief remarks? Mr. Singer, are you still online?
I am, yes. Can you see me? I turned the camera on, but when I do that, then I can't see you. But
No, you can. We can hear you perfectly.
Okay, so there's no video anyway?
No video at the moment, but it's not
All right,
necessary.
then I'll cancel my end here. Okay, well, as my name is Cliff Singer, I'm the applicant for 933158 Airport Road. I logged in a few minutes late, and I only saw the back of his head, but I recognize Mr. Croker. He really doesn't know about my application, but he was misrepresenting it to you. I put that application, first of all, it's for a personal residence and a storage building. That's essentially what my application is for. I've owned the property for 14 years. I should be entitled to a personal residence. It's not a mobile home. It's going to be permanently attached with septic and power and everything that a normal home would have as my principal residence. It's, I think, before I even started this process this time around, and that goes back, I think, to June or possibly beginning of July of 2022, because I had previously, the town appealed their first NEC application in their entire history, and I was, how can I put, I got a lot more attention that was merited. This application is for a personal residence for my family.
Mr. Singer, if I can interrupt, I think we're familiar with the sequence of events here. And the concerns expressed by Mr. Croker have also been expressed by some of your immediate neighbors. And I know that maybe members of council have concerns as well about some aspects of the application. I'm going to, I think, we're aware of what this application says. And
Okay.
I'm going to invite members of council to maybe ask you a couple of questions about the application. I don't know that we're in much of a position to do too terribly much about it, given the fact that the deadline for comment has come and gone, but that will be a question that we will be asking when we get to the point in the agenda. I see Councillor Capes has her hand up.
I'm just going to ask for clarification. This is public question period, and so if there is a question from the public, we'd love to hear it. This is not the time to debate the application that's before us. That's somewhere else on the agenda, and we have it on the agenda in sequence, and I would like to deal with the agenda in sequence or amend the agenda to bring it forward, either one of those. But what we're doing right now is kind of not following the agenda.
I agree. I wanted as a courtesy to give Mr. Singer an opportunity to say a few brief words. As I pointed out to Mr. Croker, the items is further down the agenda. I don't know whether Mr. Singer can hang on until then.
Can you give me 2 minutes at this point, and then I'll wait till it comes up in the agenda.
Mr. Singer, I'm going to, at the urging of my colleagues, return to question period. So, if you have if you have a question of us, if you have a question of us, please ask it, and we'll do our best to answer it.
All right. Well, my question is: didn't I, as a prospective resident and property owner in town of Mono, don't you think it was respectful? And before I started the process a year ago, I sent my site plans to Mr. Early and a copy to Mr. Trotman. I was advised what I could and couldn't do, so I've tried to comply with that. And isn't it sort of unusual that here I am being, well, almost singled out? I don't know why I can't have a house and a storage building on a 200-acre property that I've owned for 14 years. There's another issue. I don't know, let me just finish. I don't know Ms. Capes personally, but previously she was the head of MC Squared.
Okay, Mr. Singer, I think we're straying
No, but let me just give me 60
Mr. Singer, we're straying
I think
from...
she should recuse herself from...
I'm sorry, but I think that the two issues are quite separate and apart, and one was resolved, maybe not to the satisfaction of everybody, but it was resolved, and now we have a second NEC permit. And I think in answer to your question, whether if I can infer that what you're saying is, don't I have the right to make an application to the NEC? The answer is yes. They've deliberated, they've come down with a decision, and you're not being, no one I know is singling you out apart from expressing concerns about a development permit. And as you know, the NEC has planning jurisdiction within these boundaries, within its boundaries. And they've made the determination. And to the question of whether or not we have in the past intervened to express views on an NEC development permit, the answer is yes, we have.
Okay.
So I'm going to move on, Mr. Singer. You're welcome to come back online when we get to the point in the meeting where this item is actually listed.
Well, thank you for that. I have a second unrelated question, and it has to do with the question Mr. Baker had that I've previously alerted council towards.
Mr. Singer, if I can assist, if it's the question that you submitted with regard to importation of fill.
Yes, it is, sir.
We did address that at the outset. And the short answer is that if it's importation of fill to a licensed quarry, the municipality unfortunately has no authority to control that. It's entirely at the discretion of the province, and we have objected to that for as long as I can remember. It's very disheartening to see that we have, not just a little, we have no authority to intervene. It's entirely in the hands of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry.
All right. Well, I'll.
I would take that up with the local MPP if you wish.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll wait for my turn to address my request for a home.
Okay. So
Thank you.
If there's no further questions, we'll go on to our unfinished business. And who wants to lead off on that?
Yeah, just one comment. I thank staff for putting the established road needs study in on the to-do business. However, look, given that you've said pending budget allocation, my suspicion is you're thinking you need to hire a consultant. I'm not sure that's necessary. When Mike did it in 2012 or 14, he basically did the numbers himself and sort of said, here's a roadmap for the next decade as to what roads need paving and everything else. It was a map. I was quite happy with that. It never was approved by council. And quite frankly, if staff wanted to do that again, just so that when I get a phone call in the middle of the day, when are you going to pave my road? Or have you ever looked at it? I can say, well, we have a 10-year plan here, and unfortunately, your road is not on that schedule. I'm not looking for a consultant study here, okay? I quite frankly think if you took the 2012 report and simply updated it with new ADT numbers and whatever else was required, then we'd have a map in front of us for the next 10 years. That's what I was looking for, a map. So I didn't want to make this into a major thing, and I have a feeling staff has interpreted my concerns a bit too seriously.
I should just explain that Mike is away on vacation and Matt is here in his place, and hopefully not the seat is not warming up too much for you. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, so great. So that kind of is my take on our list. That it's a great list and it's terrific, and I like having it and everything, and having that things are easy and difficult and moderate and dates and who's going to do it and everything is terrific. My first suggestion would be the things that are easy, do them first, get them off of the list. The idea with the list is to, finish stuff. So the first one with the bike task force and the mono hike, it's easy. Public Works is set and there's signage to be installed. We're just working. So, that one, I'm not sure why it's still on the list. I kind of feel the same way about the dog one. We debated it months ago. Seems kind of reasonable. It's under moderate. And then the other one, the large residential homes, you've also got the planning part. So that's 3 things with 3 different departments that are on our more easy thing. I'd like to see them, my priority, not that they're necessarily all the things on the list for the town to do are important, because to the person who it's their idea, it's the most important. So, but to have a list that goes on and on, some of these things have been on the list the whole time that I've been on council, so i.e. the one that I'm going to come to next. So my thought would be to prioritize saying the easy ones are on the top of the list, get them off. And then the next ones would be, they all kind of are equal, but the bylaws just keep coming up as an issue, and how do we enforce them, and what are the details, and is that old news and so on. It seems to me that those ones also, just as a whole package, are, which again, it's in the clerk's office, but the bylaws, it says here assigned to, but that they would, if we put those as a next priority and we buttoned those down, a lot of other things would fall off or be a lot easier, because we already have some rules and regulations involved. And then there's only one on the list that has been assigned to council. And when I first came on, that didn't have council, it had an actual councillor's name attached to it. And so I'm not quite clear, and nothing was done about it, and so I'm not quite clear on this list of unfinished business and how council works as the decision maker to the work that happens. I'm not sure how council can be assigned to doing something that's on this list. So I need kind of clarification on that, and I would be happy to volunteer as the person for that one. And then I'm hoping that our list would, the idea I think of having a list is that would be a continual turnover, right? But we got to clear this list first, is my take on it.
So I would have to concur. Get rid of the easy, moderate ones. If they're relatively easy to do, we should clear them. So just because we were asked to prioritize, I put my number 1 as the large residence, and I realized that it's got moved from August for a public meeting to another because of, events. But that would be my number 1, is to do that. My number 2 would be to address the noise bylaw. Number 3 would be to address the sheepdog issue. That would be relatively easy. I would also volunteer to take over the purchasing property in Mono Facts, because 2 of my committees have people who are connected to the real estate business, and I think that would be very easy to take care of, and I'd be happy to have a partner in that. So if we both want to do that.
Let's move a motion right now.
What is, and what is not on this list, which I want to add, is the sign bylaw, because that one is getting a lot of complaints, and I really want us to do something with that, whether it's the sign bylaw itself or it's the enforcement of that bylaw. I don't know, but it needs to be adjusted so that those who are in conflict with our bylaw, their signs are removed. None of this, give them a notice. So those are the things that are...
I have a notice of motion to give at the end of the meeting that will deal with the sign bylaw. So I think
Okay.
we'll see that probably next meeting.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Those are...
Okay, I had a second item, and this is the Hockley property. Les, I raised this at last year's budget time. We have an item in our budget that we're giving a house rent-free and spending over $10,000 a year on it, and I simply asked staff to check with them to see if they could afford some rent, and they did provide us a financial statement. And here it is now, August, and we're soon going to be into another budget cycle, and there's no date for doing this in here. I would like this done in the next month.
Deputy Mayor, next, we're very close to it. The CAO has reached out to them, he provided them with a draft agreement in terms of what council is looking for, and maybe he can give you an update, but my understanding, we haven't heard back from them yet.
So are we going to put a date on this one as to when it's going to be done? Is it going to be done before next year's budget cycle?
Yes. And, no, I'll fill you in. You wanted to go down the road. So yes, a draft lease has been forwarded to them. I've already been in discussions with them. They're generally in agreement with what we've been proposing. And in fact, I've actually asked them to deal with the rent in the last quarter of the year as well.
Thank you very much.
Ralph? And that's why there's no date, was because we expected, we may have even had a lease agreement here for you today.
Matt, nice to have you at the table. How far are we along in getting the signage installed on the hike and bike trail?
Thanks. Councilor Makelo, all the signs on the roads have been installed by Public Works. Kim could speak to the internal loop on the Klondike Loop, but they're ready for you to have a look at on the roadways. And if you have any comments.
I'm not hearing it. Maybe the microphone's...
Sorry. Public Works has installed all the signs on the roadways.
Right.
The Klondike Loop, I believe, is outstanding, but I'll let Kim update you on that. But we're ready for your inspection whenever you have time.
Okay.
Any comments?
Thank you. And the other question is, I may have missed it, but the fill bylaw is not on here anymore.
Actually, it is a site alteration.
Oh, okay.
Site alteration. Yeah. Kim, if you can give us a...
Yeah, as far as the signage for hike and bike on the Klondike Loop, when I looked at the signs, they were quite large. I was in conversation with Councillor Mangtalo regarding that, and that smaller signage to be installed on the Klondike Loop would be preferable. Councillor Mangtalo was in agreement. I have since been in touch with the ski club as well. They too are in agreement. So it's just a matter of the new signs arriving that have been ordered, and then the Recreation Department in partnership with Public Works will be installing those signs.
Thank you.
I guess it's my turn on the priorities. I generally concur with what everybody has said, and I hope Fred is making notes on this in terms of coming back with a priority ranking. But I think what we've heard here today would suggest to me that the site alteration bylaw should be near top of the list, if not very, second or no further down than third. Concurrent with that is the notion of being able to do some of this online. I think we need to get the site alteration bylaw in place, and then maybe the ease of using the online permitting process can fall into place. But something needs to be done on that, and I would suggest it should be near the top. Noise bylaw, for sure, near the top. And sign bylaw, as I indicated, I think is we can do with the sign bylaws what we did with the fill bylaw, and that is making some small changes that address the obvious problems, and then maybe readdress the sign bylaw at a later date. But there is an urgency to the sign bylaw in terms of the amount of time these signs are staying up, and our apparent inability to do anything about it, which is really troubling to me. Fred?
I have a question. Council has not made a decision on this, so it's not on this list, but we did discuss the issue of possibly introducing a bylaw on kite flying in Mono, or at least kite fighting flying. And now that we have some examples, again, my memory was that, and I haven't checked, that Orangeville was going to try to have a bylaw in place by August. I haven't checked as to whether they have, but if we are going to do it, we should have it in place by at least the beginning of next year, so that certain parties know I mean, again, it sounds like council's made a decision. We haven't, but if we do make a decision to ban that type of kite flying, it should be on our books by the beginning of the year so that certain people know about it. So should we put it on the list, or does council have to make a decision on this first?
I don't think we need to make a decision on it, but I think it would be prudent that if we add anything to the list, that we do it by motion, so that we create a record. So you're moving a motion.
I'll move that the issue of a kite flying bylaw be
Combative
investigated.
kite flying.
Be investigated.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that addition? Councillor Capes? Any further discussion on that, and priority to be determined, but obviously there's some need to have that in place before combative kite flying season comes back to wherever, but probably not this municipality. Okay, any opposed to that motion? That motion is carried. Anything further on our list? Mark?
So we've been through this for a few years now, and we've gone from a loosey-goosey list to a more formal list. And we've asked for council to pass resolutions for anything that they want on the list. And we will actually be coming for resolutions to delete items off the list, so that we've got firm direction on your priorities, so that we don't get individual councillors saying, I'd like this on the list. And I don't mean that to, as a shot. So if you want the signed bylaw.
We wouldn't do that.
No. So if you want the signed bylaw on the list, then you should do a similar resolution to the one you've just done for kite flying, so that we have direction that that is a council agreed upon item that you want us to investigate, because that's where we're getting our direction, not from individual councillors.
Councillor Capes raised it. Would you like to move a motion that we put signed bylaw on?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Yes, Fred.
So, Your Worship, you'll note that there's already a prepared resolution to add 2 previous items formally to the list. I suggest that we just amend that resolution to add any other items that council wishes to add today to that formal resolution.
Sounds good.
I can read that resolution if you wish.
Can you? I don't seem to have it here. I just jumped immediately to the, oh, yes, I do. So the motion that I have is that we add to the list of unfinished council business entering into a lease agreement for the Hockley property and developing a road needs study. Add to that sign bylaw and combative kite flying.
Well, we've already got a resolution for the combative kite flying, so we're good on that one.
Thank you. So sign bylaw is added to the prepared motion. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Capes, second by Councillor Magdalow. Any further discussion? Any opposed? That motion is carried. Okay.
So if I may, Your Worship, so that just leaves us with just clarifying the priority lists on, because there is and I can go through the notes I've taken and see if that helps, but we've got some of them, but I don't think it's completely clear, not in my mind yet.
So why don't we ask you to go down the list in terms of first, second, and third priority as you heard it?
Okay. So, well, we have a number of them at number 1. So we have the large residence report as number 1 proposed, or, recommended at this point. Noise bylaw is number 2. Sheepdogs is number 3. Purchasing properties at number 4. But then we've suggested that the sign bylaw and the kite flying need to be of high priority. Not sure exactly what. And site alteration is also as high priority. And again, I don't know if council needs to go 1, 2, 3, 4, or just high, low, medium. I leave that to your discretion.
I'd suggest the latter, because some of these can be done simultaneously, or should be done simultaneously, and just to list them as 1 to 7 sort of thing doesn't seem to me make instructive sense.
Especially when some are easy to accomplish and others are not. Melinda?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, particularly because this list is just going to keep getting bigger. Like here we came in today with a list of whatever it is, 10 items, and we're walking out with 13. So to me, they're all, at the moment, because they're on the list, they're all of high priority. And how each individual each individual department decides which one, whether to tackle the sheepdogs before you tackle the noise, they're bylaws that need to be tackled.
Yes.
So I completely concur that they are all of significant import to council. But I think the ranking is relative to the other items on the list. So no one's saying that they're not of importance, but relative to each other on the list, that is going to be of value to staff to know, which one do you want, because it's going to help us determine which ones do we tackle first. So it's not in relative to everything staff is doing, it's relative to the other items on this list.
Okay. So I think we've settled on not so much ease of implementation as priority ranking as high, medium, and low. Although if it's on the list, there's nothing that we should describe as low. It's made it to the list by resolution now.
So if we do what was suggested, if we just want to start at the top of this list, keeping in mind we're going to, we've got a couple things added to it, but starting at the top for ease of record keeping, we'll go through each item and then get a consensus on its ranking. So the Southern Mono Hike and Bike Task Force, which really is ongoing and is going to be completed. Perhaps council wants to take that off.
It's underway.
Yeah.
Let's,
Okay.
I think it should come off, with respect, Ralph. I think we've heard enough that it's in process. Yeah.
Okay.
So do we add that to the resolution to say remove these?
Let's do a new resolution once we've gone through it, and maybe there's other things that can come off as well.
Okay. Review of special events per bylaw, and I'm not sure that it's even been discussed yet this morning.
No.
So does it stay on? And if so, is it relatively speaking of low priority?
I'd say it stays on, but, there's not as much urgency to that one as there is the site alteration bylaw. So put it down, somewhere down lower on the list.
So I've recorded it as low. I'm using the suggestion of high, medium, low, if that works.
Say low for that one.
Noise?
Review of the noise bylaw.
Aye.
Medium.
Aye.
Now, keep in mind, that is going to be, I've listed it as difficult because that will take, what my intention would be on this one is from the beginning to bring in a consultant, probably our prosecutor, and start from there, and it will need, I would suggest, a thorough public engagement process. So it's going to be an involved process.
Long and noisy.
Perfect.
Yeah, and the prosecutor is the perfect person to engage as opposed to, say, a noise consultant, because he'll know what flies in court and what he can get convictions on and what he can't get convictions on. And he'll also know, probably knows of half a dozen really good existing bylaws out there that we can imitate.
Now, what I haven't done, of course, is estimated the cost of that process.
Okay. But I think it's still high from, unless it's, yeah, not to get too noisy about it.
Now,
Okay. Purchasing property in Mono, and we have a volunteer on that, so.
2 volunteers.
Yes, 2 volunteers.
okay. So is that of medium priority? Again, relative to the other items.
I'd almost take it off, but
I'd say low.
it's been assigned and,
Yeah.
it's not, I don't know.
We've got to have something as low. Having contradicting myself entirely.
Again, it's kind of like, what do we want the list for, right? I mean, if you assign somebody, I mean, I appreciate the clerk's office has 10 items on the list here. Planning has 1, council has 1, Public Works has 1, you know, so the list is really for the clerk's office, like, which one do you want me to do first? The other one is just do it. You've only got one thing that we're giving you on this unfinished list, and so for that department, that's the priority. So for Elaine and I, they just take it off the list. We'll get started on it and we'll bring back a report. And if there's something that comes out of it that needs to be on a list of unfinished business, then it is. But this is to keep you in not forgetting things, isn't it?
And it's to keep council, you know, it's to remind council of the things that we've talked about, and so we don't forget.
Yeah, but if you only got one thing, how are you going to forget about it?
Well, we don't want to leave you off the hook. Just leave it alone.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so review of set fines. Fred, do you have a view on that? I certainly do.
I defer to you here, Your Worship.
I would say that it's medium, in as much as when we are dealing with bylaws, we need to have a discussion about the appropriate fine that we will request of the regional senior judge. I think in past we've debated bylaws, we've passed bylaws, and then we've sort of assumed that the fine piece gets taken care of. I'd like to see us more engaged on what we think the fine level should be, and make certain that the request goes into the regional senior judge to, probably in most instances, increase the fine from what it currently is.
Okay, so I completely understand what you're saying, Your Worship. I'm not sure with this. I understood this project was a review of bylaws that aren't otherwise up for review, and then potentially bringing forward amendments to those other bylaws. If it's a bylaw we're already going to change.
Yeah, it's a bit of both, but I'm just saying that unlike in the past when we've debated a bylaw, we haven't really had a fulsome discussion of what the fine should be, okay? And I'm just putting it on record that I think that is part of the bylaw discussion. So, as an example, the site alteration or fill bylaw, when we come to a conclusion on that, we should also have a discussion about the fine level and what we should be requesting of the judge.
So then can I ask for clarification? Because I think that a lot of having read our bylaws, a lot of them are really quite solid and good. It's the enforcement issue and what can we do after you go send out the officer and people just kind of, you know, wiggle their nose at you like that. That's really the problem where it comes with the fine. So it is a kind of an individual encompassed in all of the bylaws that you're reviewing, is it not?
Can I suggest an amendment to this line? Review of enforcement and fine levels, so that we have an ongoing discussion of enforcement along with a discussion of the appropriateness of fines. I mean, you could go through the filing cabinet upstairs and pull out 25 bylaws, 24 of which haven't been invoked in years. And I think you'd find that the fine level might be like $75. And the question we would want to ask, is that too low in the event that bylaw gets triggered in one fashion or another?
That's exactly what I envisioned this task was. Just that.
Yeah. I think it should be on our list. And if I could move a motion myself to add enforcement and review of set fines, or add the enforcement piece to the set fines, or we can make it an individual matter, because I don't think the enforcement issue is going away.
Your Worship, I'm not quite sure what you mean by adding enforcement. I mean, for all these bylaws, I know what enforcement means, but what is it that you want the clerk to do, to figure out whether we're enforcing these bylaws, or?
Well, if there's any ideas out there as to how we can better enforce our bylaws, and if there's any resources that you feel that we need to enhance enforcement, I think we need to have that debate at council and your recommendations on it.
So I think actually there is room, if we're going to review bylaws that aren't otherwise coming forward for review, to assess if the set fine is sufficient, then I think, Your Worship, you've made a good point. We should review the entire bylaw from the perspective, is it written such that we can adequately enforce what the aim of the bylaw is, and make recommendations that not just set fines need to be changed, but perhaps wording of the short form wording, or even the body of the bylaw, because what's being asked to be enforced may not be practical. So I concur with what you're suggesting, that this review includes not just the dollar value, but is it practical to be able to enforce those
Well, the
items?
describer should maybe be review of bylaws and enforcement.
Right.
And just leave it at that, and part of that is the discussion about the appropriateness of the fine.
And now this is a big project that can come in stages, as opposed to going through 25 or 30 bylaws and bringing them all at once. I would suggest that this is done in stages, 2 or 3 bylaws, and bring them at one time. So this would be an ongoing project, probably covering at least the rest of this term.
Yeah. So is there agreement that we change the title here to be more reflective of bylaw review and enforcement? Do I have a motion to that effect? Councillor Davey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any opposed to that? That motion, yes.
I'm not quite clear on what we're doing here with respect to each bylaw. Are you suggesting that we're reviewing the bylaw in entirety, or just the enforcement part of it, or?
Well, I think it's a bit of everything, frankly.
Okay, well, that's a major project, of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah. And obviously, we could start with the really active bylaws. The community standards bylaw, as an example, is one that frequently gets invoked. Phil is one that frequently gets addressed. It's on the list as well, but.
So, Your Worship, what I would do is bring forward a report that lists a number of bylaws that aren't otherwise up for review, and recommend generally how I would suggest we tackle them, in what order.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And then council can give specific direction at that time.
Okay. Okay. Anyone opposed to that motion? Then that's carried. Oh, priority? Are we going to say medium or high? I'd say medium. It's a big project. Yeah. And access to Island Lake Conservation Area via the Lynn Gibson Park.
I'm not even clear at this point. I know we've talked to CVC, but what is it we intend to do here?
I think we should still have it in front of us. It's probably a low priority because no one has any idea of how we're going to address this. But it becomes a high priority when our parking lot gets full and people insist on expanding our parking lot to facilitate people skipping over the fence.
More importantly, it's going to come up later on the items on our list when our park opens in September and people are there playing tennis and wanting to watch tennis, and the whole discussion about the gate being opened and closed. So I guess it needs to stay on there for the minute, but I think it will solve itself shortly because it will flare up when that park opens.
I suggest we assign someone to it, and I'd recommend, Your Honor, that it be you.
That could be dangerous.
But it's not assigned to anybody
Yeah,
now.
I'm happy to carry on with it. It's near and dear to my heart, and I just think that the CBC is being bamboozled by keeping that entrance open.
Sorry, with respect, Your Worship, I know it's a problem. I'm not saying it isn't a problem, but when CVC, on whose board I sit, built an access trail to the Vicky Barron Trail up to the edge of our property line.
Put a big sign.
Well,
That's
yeah, I
their
mean,
decision.
But that's a past decision.
Yeah.
I don't think they can undo that decision. So unless we, the town of Mono, are prepared to put a gate at the end of that access trail, I don't know what else we could do.
Fred, you're trying to solve it here now.
We're just trying to establish a
Let's-
priority.
Let's just somebody try and solve it and come back to us with a solution, because we've debated this and gone around in circles.
Yeah.
I wonder whether, though, Councillor Mangtalo, I wonder whether Fred should be the one, since he sits on the CVC, that is really the one who should be addressing this, given that you're so familiar with it. And it is going to, things are going to change as we get more and more social posts about how terrific the new park with the tennis is and everything. And, oh, look at here, there's also access to the park. Oh, well, we'll come back another day. We've been here for tennis. We'll come back another day. Look, it's an entrance. Like, I see this escalating shortly.
Well, I'd be quite happy if I could work with John. I have a very good relationship with Yasmin and Bill at the park. I can discuss it with them. I'm just not hopeful it would lead to anything.
Okay. Well, all we can do is try, and part and parcel with this is the parking bylaw already passed, having to do with street parking on the first line. And I don't know whether the signs have gone up yet, but I think we had an informal agreement that we were going to try and allow for some parking on the east side and not on the west side as overflow to our little parking lot. So we're going to need to change the bylaw in order to create that opportunity. We haven't done it yet, I don't think. Yeah. So I just put that on staff's radar, is that we may need an amendment to our existing parking zone.
So
Fred?
your names are on the list.
Our names are on the list.
Okay.
And we'll move a motion to that effect? Okay. Oh, we don't need a motion.
Yeah, I was going to
It's
say,
on the-
I don't
it's
think
on
we
the
need,
list.
we
Yeah,
just get,
okay.
yeah. To
Yeah.
make changes, to make periodic changes to the
Yeah,
list, I don't
okay,
think
we're
we
fine.
need motions on the parking issue. It's absolutely on staff's radar. And I have directed our bylaw enforcement officers to add first line to their regular patrols. Not that there's anything to enforce at this point, but to collect data,
Okay,
just like we do Blue Heron and Ashwood.
okay. Next item is the sheep farmer's request, yes, sheep farmer's request.
So, Your Worship, I've indicated this at moderate, and it's been pointed out, it's actually would be very easy to add the single amendment to it. My suggestion is, or my question for council is, do you want a more fulsome review, a more thorough review of the bylaw, in which case there's a public engagement process, or
No.
just add a line for basic guardian dogs?
I'm not going to be sheepish about this. I think we just need a single line added that addresses the issue of dogs that are kept for purposes of protection of livestock. I mean, the bylaw is working and working well, I think, right now, with that one exemption.
It's working reasonable. It's a bit dated, but we can carry on.
Yeah, it dates from around 1982. No, 92, 91, 92. Because the 91 election was fought on whether or not we had lower tag prices for neutered and spayed animals, which was a bizarre election issue, let me tell you.
So while this is perhaps a fairly easy item, perhaps council wants to consider it a low priority, though.
Yeah, let's make it low, but it's something we can knock off, so we can take it off the list. Site alteration bylaw. My view is that it should be high and we should be moving on it.
Understood. And to date, the issue there has been staff resources, but we're realigning as best as possible to free up those resources. I think Mr. Dahmer's listening to this, as it involves him. So it will mean other priorities that he's working on will get pushed down the list, but we will move him on to this as one of his higher.
Now, the hang-up here seems to be our desire to put this in part online. is there any reason why we can't bring forward a new bylaw that doesn't have or has as a potential online capability as we're able to do it? In other words, why are we hung up on the online part, which is delaying the consideration of other aspects of that bylaw?
Well, we have to develop the permitting system, and we're trying to avoid having to do that twice. And I'll let Mr. Early expand.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's the way that it was premised. The bylaw has 3 different permit levels, if you recall. So you've given that bylaw first reading already.
Yes.
Again, we've just been, waiting for Andrew to get some free time to work on developing that process so that we can put that in place. If council, if you want to blow up that bylaw that you've already given first reading to.
Fair enough.
We can go back to that, but I suggest you wait. I think Fred and I were just discussing what can we do with Andrew's time at this point in time. So, now that the DEI surveys and website stuff has come off, I mean, that was also a big drain in terms of Andrew's time, as well as pollinator garden stuff through the summer. So I think that will be something that can be advanced. And I was going to flip you an email actually after the meeting today on that.
Okay.
Your worship?
Yeah.
Do we hold a public meeting before we do the second read, or when we do the second reading? Because this is
Well,
fairly,
it's entirely up to us, and I think we should be seeking public input. That was the
It
intention.
was advertised the first time, and I'd suggest you do it again.
Yeah. That was certainly the intention of passing it at one reading stage, was to get feedback. And I think we'll get feedback regardless, so I think we should probably schedule that. And there will be amendments, obviously, to the bylaw as reflected in the first passage. Okay, we're high. Large residential home planning report. High?
I would say low.
I'd say it's high. I'd say it's high.
So the project, Your Worship, is underway and ongoing. So it is coming back, and maybe council just wants to split the difference on the high and low.
No,
No? Okay.
high. And it's high for a number of reasons, not the least of which, when I originally moved the motion that we look into it, the earth was still cooling. So. Hockley property lease agreement. I'd say that's
Geez,
low.
Take it off. I'd say take it off the list now. From what I heard today, take it off the list.
Off the list. You're moving a motion, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any opposed to the motion to take it off the list?
Yeah, I think there was other things that were going to come off, so
okay.
you might want to hold
Just
off on
wait
that.
to the end. Okay. Let's then finally with the roads needs study. Pending budget allocation. My understanding is that this is going to be paid for in part, if not in whole, by development charges. So it isn't necessarily tied to the budget, but the source of funding would come from DCs.
Can I ask, is it staff's intent to hire a consultant to do this?
It'll likely definitely play a role in it.
Would
Because
it
we're
be
going to combine existing documents from the town's town's engineer, plus
Okay.
documents that the town staff have created over the years.
And we can
Yes,
pay
ask
for
it.
it with DC revenue, okay,
A portion. So
okay.
let's probably talk more about it.
Yeah, according to our last DC update study, the development charges can pay up to 75% because there'll be an existing benefit to current road system, not just a new development. But the bulk of it is, yes, from DCs.
So level of priority?
Moderate.
Moderate, does that sound reasonable? But it is on our list. Okay, so I should do a motion taking Hockley property lease off the list, and Southern Mono Hike and Bike Task Force off the list. Were there others that we were taking on? I think that was it. Was it not? Deputy Mayor moves, seconded by Councillor Manctilo. Any opposed? And that motion carries.
Boy, does it take a long time.
I know. Anyone want to have a short break? Okay.
We've hardly started the agenda, right?
I know, I realize that, but we're going to go very quickly. So let's come back at 10:30. That gives us 6 minutes. Oh. Whew.
Please, when we're live.
We are back live.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a vehicle for hire bylaw, which we have given first reading to. And Fred, I think you were going to make some inquiries about that from the standpoint of wording.
So as in my report, I took the recommendation for minor amendments to the other participating municipalities. The others were all recognized the potential value of the changes, but weren't willing to proceed with them. And the other municipalities have all passed the bylaw as council previously saw it.
Okay. Did any of them rule out the possibility of revisiting this bylaw in, say, 6 months' time to see how it's working?
No?
Fred?
Yeah, since I was the one who raised a fuss about the first reading, and I did so because, unlike if you look at the Toronto bylaw or the Vaughan bylaw or the Mississauga bylaw, what they in effect say is, if you pick up a passenger in our municipality and take that passenger either within the municipality or outside the municipality, you need a license. So that's fairly clear, if that's the City of Toronto bylaw, which is what it says. So if a Vaughan taxi has a passenger to go to Toronto, there's no problem. He doesn't need a license. Our bylaw, I've done a bit more careful, and I think that's what our bylaw should say. But I read our bylaw a bit more, the draft bylaw a bit more carefully. And if you read section 2.3 carefully, you have to break that sentence in section 2.3 down into two parts. It says the provisions of this bylaw do not apply to a motor vehicle that is licensed by another municipality. So that gets rid of my initial concern, okay? So if, let's say Caledon licenses taxis, and I don't know that they do, if it's licensed there, it can easily pick up a passenger and bring them into Orangeville or Mono, and there's no problem. But I'll, with apologies to our clerk, I will go for this second reading today, but I still, with respect, suggest there's a problem. Stop and think for a moment. The bylaw says, if you're properly licensed by another municipality, this bylaw doesn't apply to you. So a licensed taxi from Caledon drops a passenger off into Orangeville, turns around and says, oh, I'll take a passenger in Orangeville from point A to point B. I don't need a license from Orangeville to do that. I'm properly licensed in another municipality. You know what? The chances of that becoming a problem are probably remote, but I still think there is a problem with this bylaw. I will cease and desist, and I'll vote for the second reading.
Fred, correct me if I'm wrong, but the bylaw does prohibit the taxi that comes up from the licensed cab, say from Caledon, dropping somebody off. It does prohibit a pickup within the participating municipalities, does it not?
So I agree that Deputy Mayor Nix is right, that it could be written such to be more clear in distinguishing between dropping off and picking up when you're an operator from outside our jurisdiction.
Could I just reiterate what the bylaw says? The provisions of this bylaw do not apply to a motor vehicle that is licensed by another municipality. That's clear. That's in English, okay?
Yeah.
I read it very carefully too. The pickup part really seemed to make a distinction between taxis, limos, and the TNCs. That their TNCs are more restricted with respect to picking up after they've dropped off somebody at loosey-goosey.
Well, I think the bylaw's intent is clear, but it's not worded as perfectly as it might otherwise be. So I have a motion that Council for the Town of Mono receive the Clerk's report titled Vehicle for Hire Bylaw, second reading dated August 16th, 2023, and that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to regulate and license vehicles for hire in the Town of Mono, that it be signed by the Mayor and Clerk for the Town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book, and that we introduce and give necessary readings to a bylaw to authorize the signing of a shared services agreement between the Town of Orangeville and the Town of Mono for the administration of the Town of Mono's Vehicle for Hire bylaw, subsequently in the form as attached as Schedule A to the bylaw, that it be signed by the Mayor and Clerk for the Town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book, and that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to amend Bylaw 2021-27 as amended, the bylaw to appoint the municipal enforcement officer for the town of Mono, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk for the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover for that?
Sure.
Councillor Davies, seconded by, who wants to second? I'll second if no one else will. Any further debate or discussion? Councillor Mactilo?
Yeah, I have a problem with approving a bylaw which is admittedly not clear.
Thank you, Ralph.
I too have a question about, this is our bylaw, and why can't it be written in the language that we want in our bylaw? And notwithstanding that other municipalities are fine with it, why should we simply accept it when we don't think it's fine?
Melinda?
It's a bylaw, but it's an agreement that we're not even administering this. This is, we've decided, and again, I mean, maybe we didn't, but I thought that we decided that transportation in Mono is a problem, and we would like to have it better for our residents. And here's an opportunity to have another municipality take on the heavy work of it. And the idea that because we are contiguous with Orangeville, and lots of people who are in Mono think they live in Orangeville already, right, until they buy and spend some time here, that it makes sense to be involved in this. So it's not really ours, it would be, it's theirs, and do we agree with it? I don't know, right, like it's an agreement with them. So you're right, we can say no, but no, I don't think we can change it. They've already, this is an agreement with all the municipalities, everybody else has signed it except for you, so you're in or you're out, is the stage that we're at now.
Anything further? Well, I think we'll find out fairly shortly whether the intent is in fact actualized by the bylaw. And if it isn't, then we can revisit it, but I would hope that we revisit it jointly with the other participants.
Is it possible that the motion indicates that we are, I'm not going to say reluctantly, but we are going to agree with the caveat that we asked for adjustments and think that they're legitimate, but they're not included?
Well, I think we've already done that unofficially without success, so I think we need to put personally, I think we need to put the bylaw in place and see what happens and see whether the intent, what I believe the intent is actually realized. Fred, is
And
that fair?
council's concerns have been formally passed to the other participating municipalities and discussed. So they are aware of your concerns.
Ralph?
Do we have to have the same wording? This is Mono's bylaw. Does it have to have the same wording as the other municipalities?
In order to enter into the common agreement so that Orangeville undertakes the licensing and enforcement, yes, we do have to have the same agreement. Otherwise, Orangeville is not willing to take on the role of licensing and enforcing.
Okay. So we're kind of stuck.
Yeah. Okay. Call the motion. Any opposed? All in favor? It's carried. Next item on the agenda is the fill bylaw variance. And is there a staff member who would like to address this? I know council has some questions about it. David? And I
Thank
think we
you,
have some people in the audience.
Thank you, Mayor Krillman. So this application came in recently from the landowner's consultant, Stephen Reeve. He's with CMT Construction Group. So the subject property is at the northwest quadrant, side Route 30, Highway 10. It operates as a farm, primarily though for tree farming and related operations. And we had a letter come in May 25th requesting a variance for for fill, amount of fill, total amount about 9,255 cubic meters. And the primary reason was to account for the offset of soils lost through tree plantings, saplings removals, for the root ball, essentially. That is, part and parcel of that kind of operation when saplings go to buyers and they have to supply. The source site is in Shelburne. It's 600 Main Street. They did due diligence in terms of soil. Soil Eng did a report and analysis. It's alluded to, and it's on the link provided in the report and alluded to in the report. And so that's the primary purpose of this variance, is for fill above the permissible limits in the fill bylaw, which is, of course, 250 cubic meters. They paid their fee. They paid their deposit. We did solicit for comments. We did get comments from MTO. We did get comments from our good folks in Public Works, Mono Public Works, of course. And we also advised Shelburne, Town of Shelburne. We did get comments back from the clerk through Shelburne as well. They've only come in recently, but I can allude to them as well, paraphrase and summarize. Just trying to, we missed anything. We did also, I think, we also circulated to the Conservation Authority, and I don't know if we've got anything back from the Conservation Authority, but that was noted in the applicant's letter. They realize there's some environmental protection and a tributary watercourse on the property. They're going to stay, back from the top of bank. Of course, they have to. But regardless, the Conservation Authority will oversee what the details of where fill limits will be relative to the watercourse, top of bank, and any necessary filtration requirements to prevent, rainwater runoff into the creek. Shelburne had indicated that they were aware that it would be fill, I think, coming off that property. And the key part was that they did not want Centennial to be used. So they've provided comments about the haul route details, or what they want to see as part of the haul route detail. And this is similar to what Municipal Public Work, or Mono Public Works has said. They also want to see further detail on the haulage route. The reason being is because the entrance is off the west side of Highway 10, north of Side Road 30. And I think the applicant's proposal is to come off that laneway. But of course, coming out primarily could be a bit of a tricky situation with larger trucks. And MTO also has indicated that too. They want to see a bit more detail on the haul route. So I think at the end of the day, there may be a requirement for the haul route to come through to Side Road 30, the main intersection there at that point on Highway 10, both into the site and out off of the site via the farming entrance that's further west on the property at the north side of Side Road 30. I did speak to Stephen Reeve, the consultant. He did indicate he would be here today. I think he's in the audience, I think. I left it to him as to whether he was going to have the Soil Eng contact person from Soil Eng also attend to discuss, if necessary, their soil analysis report. I'm not sure if they're there, but I'm pretty sure if they're not, Mr. Reeve can also address that report. And I mean, I'm open to any questions council may have either now or after Mr. Reeve makes his presentation.
Discussion, questions? Elaine? Oh.
Are you going to make a presentation?
Let's see whether a presentation is required, if any questions arise. But I think let's talk about it first. Elaine first, and then Fred, then.
Just a clarification question. In the report, I read that the applicant says this is a normal farming practice. Did I miss the fact that we actually verified that this is a normal farming practice?
That was declared by the applicant. He's indicated that in his discussions, I believe he had discussions with OMAFRA, that in fact it is. And that's what I've noted in my report.
We did not
No,
check
I didn't
that?
directly reach out, no.
Okay, I wanted to know that.
No, and what the bylaw says is when council is considering approving a variance, one of your considerations is whether you feel this is a normal farm practice. As a guideline for you in making a decision on a variance application, is it a normal farm practice?
But I don't have the expertise to say, I feel it's a normal farming practice. I would like OMAFRA to tell me this is a normal farming practice and the amount of soil that is required to replace those root balls is appropriate for that normal farming practice. That's,
Right, I'm just telling you what
Yeah.
our existing bylaw says.
okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's my question as well, because we do have some other tree farms and nurseries around, and I don't know that we've had, and again, whenever somebody comes with a fill request, it's ginormous, like 9,000, it's a huge, this is a huge amount. And my question is, is it normal? And number two, why do you need 9,000 and then you're going to stockpile 1,000? Like, why do you need to do that? It doesn't say anywhere in the application what that's used for, and so then that just kind of perks up my questions.
So if anyone from the audience is listening, maybe remember these questions as they arise, and then I'll give you an opportunity to speak to them. Ralph?
Mr. Trotman, on the attachment A, we see a site plan and I see a long rectangle labeled site. What does that refer to?
My understanding of that is one of the key areas on the site where there's going to be temporary storage as well as some remediation of soils onto the property. But I think the applicant needs to maybe, if he wants to weigh in on details, part of the presentation.
I think we should understand that because he also has 5 temporary storage sites that are located there by 5 dots. So I'm not,
Yeah, there's 2 areas that I understand it as I wanted clarification as to where the soil would be going. And the one part was to the west, which is that area you see in the rectangle, and another area is more north in proximity to the Dufferin Public Works Yard, north of the subject property.
so I'd also like to know, is this a site where there are presently holes where the balls that accompany the trees have been removed, or is this a future plan?
Not sure. Question probably for the applicant.
I think we need the applicant here, Your Honor.
Yeah, no, I agree. I just wanted to
pile up
batch
a lot of questions.
everybody's questions together.
And we pile up a lot of questions on them, they're not going to remember them. They should be able to
Well- respond
respond to them one by one.
Okay. Who would like to speak on behalf of the applicant? Oh, Fred, go ahead.
I don't have a problem with the request, except I was surprised by the amount. This is similar to Melinda's concerns. You say each root ball is about 300 pounds, which is about 136 kilograms. And by my calculation, a cubic meter of dirt weighs between about 1.3 and 1.7 tons. So depending on how dense that dirt is, it seems to me you're bringing in enough fill. Well, I did one calculation, and my math isn't great, okay? That suggests you're going to have enough fill for something like 800,000 trees. Now, maybe my math is off here. My question really is, that's a lot of fill. I mean, if each root ball only weighs 300 pounds, you're bringing, so just add my question to that list.
Okay. So is somebody prepared to tackle a few of these questions? Come on forward and just turn the mics on. And if you could state your names. Yeah. Welcome.
I'm the owner of the property, Sukhdeep Gill.
Thank you.
Bring the microscope close to your mouth, please. We'd like to hear you clearly.
Go ahead, and if you could repeat that, sir. Your name again.
Sukhdeep Gill.
Thank you.
So, owner of the property. So, I start as growing the tree. I'm working in this business the last 20 years.
You're still having a little bit of difficulty hearing.
So now I start my own. So, and here in a mono. So I want to be as a nice, good-looking farm. So sell tree to the public and people make it a green city. So, but as the problem coming is ongoing in the future. So every root balls, last year dug I about as a 450 tree. so that is soil gone away. So next year I 700 to 1,000 tree, like is ongoing. So I want to be keep filling those hole. So sometime is like so much time is I can't get this good topsoil because I don't need to be a fill. I need is a nice, good topsoil, no herbicide, any chemical in it, like a clean topsoil where I can grow nice tree. So at my previous workplace, he brings a really nice soil, so that's why I contact with him. So he's doing all those things for me.
Thank you. And your name, sir?
My name is Stephen Reeve, 1363 Forks of the Credit Road, Caledon.
Thank you.
To answer your questions about the amount, if you're looking at the diagram, the site plan, where it says site, that's a new field being planted. That's where, if you have the cross sections also, you'll see that there's an increase in level of about 2 feet at one end and tapered at the other end to grade. This is because growing corn and growing trees are two different objects, and the soil is being nurtured to plant trees and shrubbery. The source site I would like to mention was Shelburne. It is no longer. This process was started May 15th, and they did not hold the soil, the topsoil, so it's no longer available. So to proceed, we would have to find a new site within Dufferin, Orangeville, or Shelburne, a development. The soil comes from scraping a subdivision and piling the topsoil to the side, putting the houses in, putting the topsoil back. Any extra is available for use on farms. This is table 1 topsoil. And that's all we deal with, and we only deal with farmers. Any additional questions?
I do have a question.
Ralph?
Steve, thanks for coming today. So we have a rectangle there labeled site.
Yes.
Is that the site of present trees or present tree removal?
That'll be the new field.
A new field.
So he's expanding. His present operations are up by the existing buildings and over by the town shed to the north.
I see a label of existing buildings there, which is close to the right-hand side or the east side of the property. Is that what you're referring to?
Right. So where it says existing building and where the word driveways is, that's presently planted with trees.
Okay. And so these trees are they still in the ground, or are they holes that are there from previous previous removals?
There
Is a few is left over is in the ball already, so but mostly is in the ground.
Okay.
So it is going in next spring is dug out. So then it's
okay.
going away.
So you don't have a lot of holes present now. You mentioned 400, I think.
I have about is right now is leftover is 150, 200.
Okay. Right. And the plan is to put this soil or topsoil on the rectangle labeled site?
Yeah, that is rectangle site is a little like uneven.
Yes.
So I want to be like as a traditional, like the nice, good-looking field. People can see what kind they had looking the tree, like the farming, like as for more better looking.
So it's really a landscaping process here. You're not filling holes.
No, yes, I do. So I want to be.
It's a two-step process. The ongoing
process, different ongoing.
I think there's two things going on here. One is filling holes, and you have
And
400
one
or
is
so right now.
making it a little level. It's
And
a
right. So you realize that this is 8,255 meters That site is 65 meters by 235 meters, which is very close to 4 acres, which is 15,000 square meters. So if you put the requested amount of soil in that, by my calculations, it'll be a half-meter deep over the entire site.
Well, that's not our calculations,
Well, then
and
please
again,
give
I'm
me your-
not good at math either.
Well, I think I am. I think I am
think
good
the
at it.
cross, if you look at the cross sections, it'll show you.
Let Councillor Mankalo finish his thought on that,
Okay.
and
So you've asked for 8,225 cubic meters, right?
Right.
Right. That's plus 1,000 in storage. And the 4-acre site is 15,000 square meters. 15,000 square meters. If you put 8,000 cubic meters on it, it's a half-meter deep. That's a heck of a lot of soil.
Yeah,
So I have to tell you, I have a problem with this because it was brought into us as a proposal to replace the divots that were left after you've taken out a ball of that's attached to a tree. And from your history, you have approximately 400 of those, which is a very small fraction of the amount of soil that you're asking for.
Yes, you're right. If that much is going high, so I don't know, I'm not good on that number in the math, right? So I don't want to be that high field. So I want to be reasonable, nice, with my eyes, looking at the nice field. So the last year was the 400 amount. Is the year because keep adding on the tree. The 3 year later, I'm thinking I'm gonna be dug out the 3,000 tree. So in a year later, it's going more and more. I'm adding more, and going out is more.
So even if you have 3,000 trees, you don't need anything close to the amount of soil that you're requesting bringing in. Not even close to it. If you had 4,000 trees, you would need about 1/15 as much soil as you're requesting. So I have a problem with this as a request for fill. It seems to me to be a fill project rather than a normal farm practice project.
Fred, then Melinda?
No, I think Ralph has said it. I'm not against what you're applying for, but I am concerned with the amount. Could you tell me how many holes would 9,255 cubic meters of soil fill?
The ongoing operations is filling holes. The 5 temporary storage site purpose is to fill those holes. The soil is available. He's taken advantage of taking the soil. Now, the site plan is building up an area. I'm not sure about my math because I'm not that good at it either, but I certainly don't think that your math is correct either on the volume. If you look at the cross sections and do the math on the cross sections and then have a concern, let me know, but I don't think.
Where are cross sections?
They're the lines, the hatch, the lines on it.
There's a contour.
Contour, okay.
You're talking about contour lines?
No, there's
there's
two,
another document
there are two more
Is it a
cross-section,
Is it a
drawings. Yeah,
drawing?
there's
We don't have that.
engineer, okay, all
Yeah,
right.
we just,
We don't have them.
We have
Okay,
one
so,
drawing.
so what it shows is, you can see on this site C and D,
yes.
and then A and B, there's a cross-section of the fill. So at that dotted line, the fill is 2 feet high, say where D is, and then across at C, it's back to grade. So you have a triangle. You're not doing, we're not putting, it's not cubic feet like this. It's a prism triangle that you have to do the math on.
So I'm doing the math on the amount of fill that you have, and also the math on your question, Fred. If you had 300 pounds size ball, and your math is quite right about the weight, the weight of a cubic meter is roughly 2,800 pounds. If it's wet, it's more. So that the amount of fill that they're requesting, they could fill 74,000 holes.
Right, and that would take a lifetime to do.
So why do you need that
And-
much fill?
Because you're not taking into consideration that we're building a new field.
Well, you didn't, this is not an application to build a field, sir. This is an application for fill
No.
divots that are left after you've removed the trees.
Melinda and then Elaine.
Well, no, I think Elaine hasn't spoken yet at all.
Oh,
so
go ahead.
I'll go after you.
Well, just again for clarification, because you said the fill is available, that's why we're going to get it now, but you just said that the fill's not available
Field is
from that
no
site.
longer available.
Right.
The process takes so long that by the time we can get an answer on whether this is an exclusion from the bylaw because it's normal farm practices, or whether to go through the bylaw, it takes so long that the soil's gone. These people offering up soil do not keep it for us.
Yeah.
It ends up going to the dump, and that's a loss of resources, of good soil, and filling the dump with dirt.
Okay, so really, the whole source of soil is off the table because we don't know the source of the soil now.
Correct.
And so what you're saying is that you need to have that much because it's rarely available, and so you need to store it on this site.
Those 5 temporary sites, yes. And that's based on how much soil was available at that site. If the new site has less soil, we'll probably be dropping the 5 temporary sites. But the new field has to be built so he can expand his business.
Melinda?
Thanks for clarifying things. I'm having a lot of trouble with your request. Filling holes and building a whole new field are 2 different things. The MTO, Shelburne, and Mono's comments about the haulage route of all of these trucks that you're going to bring, they've commented that there's a farm entrance on 30th Side Road on the north side. Where is that farm entrance? It's not on the map. So there's a secondary, right? You got a big
Yes, it
farm
is.
place? Where is it? Which?
Okay. I don't know if you have an old copy. Can I give you this sheet?
That's the one where I'm
map we
looking
have.
at. I'm
Yeah.
looking at that. Where is the entrance to the, by there?
Yes, we only put the route in as that entrance because we had to put an entrance on.
Okay, where is it on your
We'll bring it
drawing?
in anywhere we want.
Oh, way over there. Okay.
Right, so it
Okay.
comes off the 30th.
Because it's not on this diagram.
30th.
So it's at the corner. It's at the corner, but just happens to be on 30th. So you would come, if the haulage route, and you didn't want them going in on 10, would they still come down 10, turn a corner and go into the property? Or were you wanting them to come along our 30th Side Road and in?
Depends where the site is.
We don't know where the soil's coming
Okay,
from.
so, that's my one concern. My other really big concern right now that's got my spidey sense up is the chicken and the egg. Was this that you were approached by people to get rid of, or to take their fill when they were doing a subdivision, or is this that you really want to have a tree farm in the future? In which case, why didn't you give us an application that you're really wanting to build a new field? And is it really a field, or is it an opportunity to have a level ground to park things on? I'm worried. I'm worried by the
I can understand your
change here.
concern,
Yeah.
based on Caledon's experience. But no, this is, I must have erred then in not presenting it as a 2 filling the holes and having a new site. I thought that this was self-explanatory. Obviously, I didn't do a good job of stating Mr. Gill's case.
If you do find a new site with fill, are you going to take all the fill that's available, or is there a certain amount you'd ideally like?
It would be up to council to.
So are you going to check that number with
This is
us?
what I can use, right? If that was available, that is what I can use. I don't need any more than that, and I could get away with less. the five temporary storage sites was just accommodating, taking that away.
I'm wondering, Your Worship, if, I mean, I still understand what they want to do, and I'm in favor of it, but could we put a condition on our approval of a certain amount?
Well, here's our dilemma. Here's our dilemma, and the application may be premature at this point because the location of the fill has changed. It's no longer available from Shelburne, and certainly in any approval that we give, we're going to want to know where that fill is coming from. We're going to want a very precise address. And we're going to need to re-examine haul routes because it may be coming from the south of Dufferin, not the north of the location. You've heard our concerns about the quantity. I think that it's fairly well established that tree farming is farming. So I don't doubt that there may be an interpretation of a normal farm practice that does permit the filling of holes of trees that have been extracted from the ground. But I'm just wondering if this is premature in the absence of knowing the location, the new location of where the soil is coming from, and you're receiving our feedback that I don't speak for the council, but speaking for myself, I'm amenable to the idea of filling holes. I'm not amenable to an attempt to try and regrade, a large area. If one needs to stockpile, it can be in a pile. It doesn't have to be in such a fashion that it regrades an entire, section of the property. That's just me speaking. Ralph?
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Your Honor. And if it's going to be an application to, I say most of the fill is going to be used, according to what you've told us today, to regrade the area labeled site, then that should be a part of your application because it's not there at the moment. I cannot support this application as it stands today. If you wanted to bring it back, I think you need to be clear on what's going where.
Any other comments of council? Sir, do you have any thoughts for us?
No, we thought we were clear. Obviously, we didn't do a good job of preparation. It is two fields, and I thought that was obvious by the maps and cross sections. What wasn't clear was the process to go through to get this done. And I'm looking at draft regulations for a bylaw that are vague at best. There's a flow chart that shows the process. The first thing is, is it normal farm practice? If it's a normal farm practice, then it's right out of the bylaw section at all. And that's supported by?
Well, I don't know that we can determine that it's normal farm practice. That's your assertion. That tree farming is farming, I think, is fairly well established. If the application is solely in aid of filling holes, from trees that have been extracted from the ground, that's one thing. But if it's also in addition, over and above that, some sort of attempt to reconfigure the landscape, I think that's different. And I think what you're hearing from us is that at first blush, this looked to me like something to do with trees. And then rereading it and looking at the volume of soil, it's clear that there's much more than that. And I think that's what we're concerned with.
But the field is for an expansion of the business to grow trees. That was the logic behind the soil being brought in and filling holes. Filling holes is an obvious thing. It's going to happen, and that is very natural.
Sir,
Are you saying you don't want to build up our fields?
Well,
I would say that I'm not, I'm quite prepared to believe that filling holes through a tree farm is normal farm practices.
Okay, you're out on a limb, but there you
Well,
are.
yes.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair.
But regrading a field, I do not think would qualify as normal farm practices.
Okay. And that's a decision that we came here for.
We'd have to check with OMAFR's definition of normal farm practices, but maybe staff, can you help us out? Because we've had a couple of these cases before. Regrading a field or changing the elevation by bringing in fill is not normal farm practice.
Yes, Dave?
Just quickly, so tree farming is farming. There's a definition under the Act and also the PPS, I believe. Just to get clarification, the original inquiry came about through the draft bylaws. And there were emails back and forth to Mr. Reed about, well, no, we have a bylaw in effect. You need to deal with the bylaw in effect, not draft documents. So that clarity was made, and then there was some further deliberation about, do we have to pay a fee and deposit? And the answer is yes, we have to review these things. And so they were paid by Mr. Deal in short order. There was some urgency because of the site at 600 Shelburne. News to me now that is no longer available, and that's unfortunate. But the information we got from Mr. Reeve is on the link. So there was a site plan that I gave for council, not to overload information, which shows the site, and the link in the report refers to the other documents, including the soil ends report that I referred to, which is uploaded to the web page per the link at top of page 1. And that's just to give you some clarity on how things transpose through with Mr. Reeve in terms of getting this to council as a consideration for review.
Go ahead.
if you're bringing this back to us again, I'd be pleased to look at it. I wish to assure you that we're not going to be convinced that by putting 2 feet of soil here on an 85-meter length is going to make any difference to how well the trees grow.
You'd have to ask this gentleman,
You can
not-
ask me.
not me.
You can ask me because I have a tree plantation and I take care of it. It's a managed forest, and trees grow very well on much steeper hills than this. I recognize that it's not easy to harvest them on those steep hills, but you're not going to be very convincing to us that you put some soil on the property to even it out, to make it possible to grow trees.
Yeah, you're right. A tree can grow anywhere, right? So, but some is a tree is they like the wet area, some is a dry area. Every tree had its own habit. So where is right now is we are adding the soil. That is a little low area. Some time of the year they stay a little more wet than is a normal. For corn or any other plant is a grow is no problem. But the tree when is in the root is all year, the 3 month the period is a stay a little wet, more moisturizer under the root, because root going is a deeper tree. They rotten and tree dead. So because those trees is not is when we grow the corn, the root is just 2 inches going deep. When we plant the tree, big is almost 1.5 feet deep hole, then we plant it. So that is a 1.5 feet deep, had it stay more wet. If the water stay there, the kind of this year is a lot of rain. If I plant that field in this year or last year, the all tree will be die. So that is the reason I want to be little bit elevation is high, so because the tree stay little dry, is for drainage purpose.
I wouldn't dispute that, but according to the contour lines on your map, you've got lots of farm area that's higher than that.
No, not really. So when
As I say, I think you've got the sense of council that we're open for reviewing something else, but not necessarily this. And we have had experiences where somebody has asserted that filling in gullies and changing the landscape constitutes normal farm practice. And in this particular instance, I'm thinking of it would have accommodated maybe a dozen more sheep than that could handle the contours of the property as it was, and it was determined that that was not normal farm practice.
Yeah, like compared to last year and this year difference, like every year weather is not different. Last year I was easy to plow that field, disc is cultivating, everything is fine. This year I try 3-4 times. It's
Yeah.
too wet. I couldn't
Understood.
do it. Even I left my disc is there. I couldn't pull out with my tractor. So that's why that's the main concern about that area.
Okay.
So
Well, as I say, I have a motion that is moot because it does address the location where the soils come from. But I don't know that I could get a mover and a seconder based on the proposal that we've heard, but we are open to other ideas, and I think the closer it adheres to the farm practice, the better, as opposed to a massive site alteration. I understand where you're coming from in terms of wanting to use that segment of the property, but maybe there's other ways of looking at it. Does council have any further comments?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but you know, I mean, even in my own little garden, like looking at it this year and compared to last year, stuff grows differently. And so I'm making my notes saying, you know, well, don't plant that there again next year because it's not going to work. I got to plant something else. What else could I plant there that likes now what that soil is, as opposed to trying to amend it and change it. But I appreciate this is on a large scale, but that's what gets us up, is it really, you know, is it really necessary that we change the landscape of Mono to accommodate subdivisions that are being built elsewhere, you know? So that's when I first got me. And then also you've got an awesome, I'm going to look at it differently when I drive by, because of now I've seen the contour lines in the map and so on. You've got a great piece of property. Maybe there's another spot on it for your trees than this particular spot by the road.
Thank you very much, and
Thank you.
thank you.
the next item on the agenda is a tax write-off for mutual auto wreckers, and it's no longer mutual auto wreckers, but it is a piece of property that is somewhat storied in the history of this town. Les.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. I guess this came to light, as my memo says, when we do an annual review as far as tax arrears go, and give property owners notice, you know, close to getting registered, and this property showed up. And I went into Mark's office, so, oh, like, why is this on the roll now then? So thankfully to Mark, we started doing some digging. This came off the roll during, I was not with Mono at the time, but I was very familiar with the property and always had tax arrear problems. So as the memo says, the company went defunct, so it automatically diverts to the province. So in MPAC's wisdom, I guess this must have come across somebody's desk and say, why is this with us? And they put it back to MPAC. So after working with MPAC, Mark got it resolved that yes, it should not be on the roll. We can deal with it this year for 2023, but that's the only authority they have for this year. So my application to council is removing the previous 3 years that have been on the roll, 2021 and 2022. And each year, approximately just over $10,000 per year tax write-off. The total tax write-off is $30,703. Now, I think council is familiar, every time we do a tax write-off, we do an allocation between Mono, county, and school board. So what council, with the $30,700 write-off, Mono share is $7,612. Now, over and above that, which my memo does not address, is MPAC will write off this, well, not write off, but they have a method of removing this year off the roll. So again, that's another $10,470 coming off this year's tax levy. And Mono's share of that is $2,700. So in total, Mono's tax write-off for this property over the 4 years is $10,316.
If, before I recognize councilors, this property was the location of a enormous
Auto wreckers.
tire dump, okay? A mini Hagersville waiting to happen. And through some deft lawyering, we were able to get the province to assume it and clean it up. So that did not fall to the burden of the Mono taxpayers. Fred and then Ralph.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Now that we've turned the ownership back to the province, has the property been cleaned up, or does the province now have to clean it up?
That was all completed. In fact, that was all completed. The cleanup was completed by the province when they took it over. This property has sat stagnant for, I can't think of the exact time, but probably 15, 20 years. But they cleaned it up shortly after we've got the ruling from the courts. It's just, this has gone on in the last couple of years where the ownership got reverted by MPAC making a decision on a request from the province.
Then, if that's been cleared up and it's been cleaned up, the province has no interest in owning this land. Wouldn't the logical thing be for them to sell it?
That's correct. And that's what, they've advised us they're in the process of doing that. But the issue here is that the province still owns it, and yet the province advised MPAC that, no, this was under private ownership, and they started sending, they put mutual auto wreckers back on as the owner of the property. And so now we generated tax bills again starting in 2020, I believe.
Long since
So I've spent probably, less than I spent probably most of the last year, fighting with MPAC and the province to get them to step up to the plate and acknowledge that they're the owners. And because there was a lot of water under the bridge back when this was all done. They were very, very reluctant to take on the cleanup of the property. They're quite happy to have the fire marshal tell us to do it, but they didn't like it when it backfired and the fire marshal was now telling the province they had to do it. But that being said, there was no reason for MPAC to make this change. They never contacted us as to what our thoughts were on the matter. They just accepted a letter from the province, and that's what burned us. And so we were quite aggressive with them. But it's our understanding, I think Les has been through it, and we've met with MPAC again. There is no legislative authority for us to go back on those years of 2021 and 2022, Les, or 2020 and 2021. There's 2 years in question.
Ralph?
I'm trying to get a grip on the unpaid taxes issue. So there's about $30,000 of unpaid taxes registered. What happens with unpaid taxes? I know a portion of the tax goes to the county and a portion to the school board. Do we pay that as if it had been collected, or is it unpaid to them as well?
It's a tax write-off. So basically, if you recall, in our budget, we have a line under administration. Going on memory, I think our budget for this year is $40,000 tax write-offs.
Okay. And so
this would be our costs.
The county presumably and the school board does the same thing.
Yep. So what I do at the end of the year, it's a tax reconciliation. So before I send the county and school board their final tax levy, I would deduct the tax write-off. And of course, add in also any tax additions for new development.
I was hoping to get some money back from the county and the school board.
Well, basically, I would just deduct it off the check that's going to them.
Okay. Sorry, say that again?
Oh, like quarterly, we do a remittance to the school board and the county.
Right.
For their portion of taxes we collect. So, so the last check goes to them in December. So before I send that last tax levy, I would deduct the tax write-off and give them a net payment.
You only pay what you collect.
Yes.
Yeah. So I have a motion that council approves the application for the write-off of taxes as applied to the, as applied by the town treasurer for roll number 22-12-000-007, 02-605-0000, known as mutual auto records. Do I have a mover to that? Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Magdalow. Any further questions, comments? All in favor? Oh, yes.
Well, I just want to say thanks for catching that. And how many others are there out there that, somebody just puts back on the list? The province is always trying to download stuff, isn't it? Anyway, so thank you for catching that.
Yeah, thank you. Any opposed? And that motion is carried. So we have the Island Lake Drinking Water System Inspection Report for 23-24. Questions or comments on that? Fred?
Yeah, I am disturbed that we've had 3 non-compliance issues in this report. Historically, we've had some little problems with some of these reports, and we've had problems with our operator, but I was under the impression that had all been fixed up. Now we get a report, and we've had 3 non-compliance things. I will admit, Matt, my difficulty in knowing how serious this is, when I read what these non-compliance issues are, it's hard for me to judge how important that they are. I mean, so we missed some sampling time period. I don't know if that's all. The one, I guess the one that really gets me is the gasket that was missing that they noticed last November. They didn't fix it until this summer, and that gasket, I don't know how important or where exactly the gasket was, but it was in the system that's supposed to protect groundwater from going back into our wells. So that one really does concern me. But here's my question to you, okay? Are we having a continuing problem with our operator in terms of the quality of their work? Secondly, did you discuss these particular non-compliance issues with them, and what was their excuse as to why it happened?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nix. Yeah, I personally spoke with our operator, our water supervisor from the operating authority. They're fairly minor in nature, these things. They're slight miscommunication as far as the gasket. The wellhead sticks above ground, so water can't infiltrate the wellhead. It's also in a doghouse. There is still a cap. The gasket was missing. That was a communication error, and it was probably, it could have been rectified a little sooner.
The gasket was at the top of the...
Yeah, it's on the top of the well casing.
Okay, so the chances of groundwater getting...
Yeah, it's fairly minor. We're pretty confident, like, we have a good working relationship with, it's definitely improved over the years. As far as the sampling goes, the water tower was offline at the time, so the system was running off pressure from the Island Lake wells. Well 2 was offline, so it was very difficult to take it's impossible to take back T samples at that time during pressurized system when the tower's off. And they made a professional decision to take the sample at day 4 rather than day 5. It was because they weren't sure when they would get that sample after it came online. We didn't know when the tower would be back online and when they could take that sample. So they made a decision to take the sample at day 4 instead of day 5. If they had taken it, they may have missed it after it came back online.
So your conclusion is that these were relatively minor non-compliance issues, and you're happy with the work of our operator?
Yes. At this time, yes, they've been really good, and they've been dealing with the issues as they came up fairly promptly.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Could you just deal a little bit more with the cap/gasket and explain to us what this is? In one place, it's described as a cap. I think that...
yeah, so if you, in particular, the most, well, you're aware of the dog houses, they call them dog houses. They're like a green enclosure at the well, like down in Coles, Coles Crescent. Within that, there's the well casing that sticks out of the ground, and there's a cap on top of it. Well, the cap has a gasket that seals the top of the casing with the lid. So that gasket was damaged or partially removed at one point when there was maintenance done on it. I guess it didn't seat properly, and it was
So the gasket's designed to create a watertight seal,
yes.
and so it didn't have a watertight seal there, but your comment or assessment is because it was above water level and there was no flooding, there was no chance of contamination?
Yeah, it's encased in concrete, the wellhead, the casing, and it has a sealed doghouse, for lack of better terms,
Okay.
surrounded that's locked as well.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's-
the town's engineer does the inspections of our wells, and they have a responsibility to pass that information along, which they did, and we'll stay on it and make sure that they're corrected when we have recommendations.
But that's good to hear. That's the kind of reassurance I wanted. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I was reading through also the 8 risk of the water quality monitoring, and as I recall, the water monitoring with the old operator was a problem. And so is 8, I mean, it puts us at the 98.42%, like the number looks good and everything, but why wasn't it 100, right? Like particularly when so why?
I think when you're, sorry, Councillor, I think every year like last year, I believe we were at 100%. So when you're in the ministry and you're reviewing these systems, I think that there has to be something that you really have to be looking for something.
You have to do your job.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that that's the case, but I believe last year we were 100% on this inspection, and these things are, in my opinion, fairly small and corrected, and they can be dealt with, but yeah, it's
It'd be nice to always have 2 years in a row.
for sure. That's what we do, strive to that, and we will hopefully continue to go for 100%. That's always our goal.
Okay.
And yeah.
You have to leave before 1?
Well, I have to go home and give something to eat. Yeah, okay, okay. Okay, so I have a motion that we receive the MECP 2023-2024 inspection report for the Island Lake Drinking Water System. Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor, seconded by Ralph. Any opposed? Oh.
Just a question.
Yeah.
When would the next inspection be? Is it an annual? Yeah. So who goes now to follow up to see that these things are rectified? They report back to us that they are?
Public Works, we have DWQMS meetings, and those items are raised at that time with operating authority. Make sure they're corrected.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any opposed to the motion? Motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is the AWD motor grader with attachment RFP results. Matt, we have a report on this. Anything you'd like to add to it?
Thanks, Mayor Curlman. I don't have anything further from the report other than open to questions if anybody has any.
Okay. Ralph, and then Lynn.
My question, Matt, is about the, just to give us a little education. I noticed that we've got one single axle and one tandem cab, and I understand very little about them. I understand there's a difference in their load carrying capacities, difference in maneuverability and things like that, and cost. So why do we need a tandem, or why do we need a single cab? What's your thinking that's behind those recommendations?
Thanks, Councillor Manklow. Each truck has a function like that. Typically we use the single axles in the urban areas, smaller areas harder to get. The tandems are typically used in the rural areas, paved roads. They have a salt sand ability in the rural areas, and yeah, they just serve different purposes. That's their main difference, though. And they're replacing existing fleet. So one's replacing a 2007 International tandem, and the single axle is replacing a 2010 single axle.
Sorry, what were the two that were leaving?
A 2007 International,
That is a tandem?
that's a tandem, and a 2010 International single axle.
So I'm not trying to do the job, I'm just trying to understand here. But Tandem allows you to carry a little heavier load,
That's correct.
but it's a little harder to maneuver.
Yes,
But those are advantages that you need in the rural area. So,
correct.
okay.
Bit larger wing plow,
Mhm.
you know,
Okay. And the ones that are being replaced, I've forgotten, I think that were mentioned their age, but how old are they?
the single axle's a 2010, and the tandem's a 2007.
Right, okay, thank you.
Melinda?
Thank you. This is great. It's disappointing that we only get 2 people to bid, even though you contact 8 people, but I guess everybody's busy with different things. It's also disappointing that our budget, because generally speaking, the estimates and so on are pretty spot on what we budget for, but this adds up to $150K that we're going to put over to 2024. So just to remember that that's actually a lot of money when in 2024 there'll be other things. I just wanted to say that for the public's
Fair enough.
benefit.
Good point. Matt?
Yes, because we did defer the F-250 at last year's budget, and so that will be coming up. And just for information, like these pieces of equipment have rose approximately 200,000 over 10 years, these pieces of equipment. So the grader being about 250. So there's a significant increase in the time delivery on these. You'll note in the report is third quarter for the trucks and first quarter for the grader. So there is a lag, bit of a delay.
And are the prices, the quotes fixed, they're not going to change?
Yeah, we're going to be accepting what should council approve it, we'll be accepting their price, and that's generally never been a problem whenever we've issued an award letter to them. So.
Lynn?
I'm just curious as to what value we're going to recuperate out of those other old pieces of equipment, because I know we do put them for sale and make money, so that's something that will come back into our budget?
Actually, the ongoing practice is when we do sell a piece of equipment, it goes back into the equipment reserve as well.
Right. So there will be something coming back into that
I
reserve.
did ask Mr. Donor, what's happening with the old stuff, and he says, yes, it will go to to auction.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, so if we receive the grader in March of 2024, the 2005 Volvo, which is well past its allocated life cycle, it'll be going down the road not long after that. So probably April, May next year.
Yeah,
So
good.
I have a motion that Council of the Town of Mono accept the bid price of $635,081.47, including HST, from Toromont Cat of Cambridge, Ontario, to supply and deliver a new 2023 AWD Caterpillar 140 motor grader with attachments, and that council authorized the transfer of $46,910.53 from the Vehicle and Equipment Reserve. Do I have a mover? Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Mantalo. Any further discussion, questions? Any opposed? That motion is carried. The next item is the single axle cab and chassis with plow. And I'll just put that motion on the floor, and then we can ask questions and debate. Council for the Town of Mono accept do I have a Council for the Town of Mono accept the price of $406,026.82, including HST, from Lewis Motor Sales, Inc. of Collingwood, Ontario, to supply and deliver a 2025 International HV 613 with plow and spreader Viking PL 1415HW2, and the council authorized the transfer of $65,639.73 from the Vehicle and Equipment Reserve. Do I have a mover for that? Deputy Mayor Nix, seconded by Councillor Capes. Discussion, questions? Essentially, yes. Okay, any opposed? And next motion is, no, it's another Lewis Motor. Yeah. So next motion is council for the town of Mono accept the price of $377,214.57, including HST from Lewis Motor Sales, Inc. of Collingwood, Ontario, to supply and deliver a new 2025 International HV 607 with plow and spreader Viking PL 1112LW2, and that council authorized the transfer of $36,693.40 from the vehicle and equipment reserve. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Mantalo. Discussion, questions? Any opposed? And that motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is a motion with regarding to the naming of Lynn Gibson Park. It's the bylaw. And I'll read that motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to name the lands described as East Part Lot 3 Plan 7M27 Block 66 Concession 1 EHS Mono, Ontario 7131550 First Line EHS Lynn Gibson Park, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk for the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. And I'm wondering if council would allow me to be the mover of that motion. Thank you. I will move that motion, seconded by Elaine Capes. Any discussion? All in favor? Everybody's in favor. Thank you. Next is a report on the tennis court management. Kimberly?
So very formal, Kimberly. My mother only called me Kimberly when I was in trouble, just FYI. This report is put forward to council because of the great news that our project at Lynn Gibson Park for the tennis courts is very close to being complete. We have one very small section of fencing that is still waiting to be finished, and that's only because we had to hold off on putting that fencing in because of the viewing platform that was being installed. That platform is now complete, and the fencing contractor has been notified that we are very eager for them to come in and complete the fencing, which I've been informed as of this morning should be done by the end of August. So that's exciting news. With all of that in mind, the management of the courts has been put forward to council in the form of this memo, this report. There's a couple of topics to consider. One is court access and two is court hours. So very briefly, court access for these courts can be done what I anticipate in one of two ways. One is following the method that we are presently using at Mono College Park, or we were using prior to the construction of the new pickleball courts, and that is that a court monitor open and closes the courts on a daily basis. The courts get open at a preset time in the morning, closed at a preset time in the evening, and they're open to the public. The gate is open throughout the day, and the monitor closes or locks it up in the later in the evening at the preset times. That is one opportunity. What that opportunity does is it allows free access to the courts by the public. People play tennis following the court etiquette rules that if you arrive and someone is playing, the people who are playing will continue play for approximately 30 minutes and then allow those who are waiting to come on. Second option for you in this regard is to follow a community pass process. This is the option, or this is the process that we're presently using out at Mono Center tennis courts, where we operate those courts in partnership with the Mono Tennis Club. So when the courts are not in use at Mono Center, via the tennis club, members of Mono, residents of Mono, are permitted to purchase a community pass done via our website, at which we give, once they purchase the community pass, a code to the lock that is presently on the gate, because that lock is a coded lock as opposed to a key lock. They are given the code for that lock, and then they are able to use the booking platform operated by the Mono Tennis Club, and they reserve their time that they want to play on the courts at Mono Center, which is outside of the times that the tennis club have reserved for use strictly by members of the club. What this option does is it permits the town of Mono to secure the courts throughout the day, and that they would be accessed by those who are out there strictly to play tennis because they have purchased the community pass and they have been given the code to do so. The very delicate surface of tennis courts is one to be thought of because we want to ensure that activities other than that of playing tennis are refrained from. And I'm talking about things such as that we are used to having happen, skateboarding on our tennis courts, ball hockey playing on our tennis courts, and our courts being used as a dog training facility as well. So this would, this option would permit people to purchase their pass online. They'd be given the code. They'd also be given a little tag to put on their tennis shoes so that when they were out there, that would identify them as people with the code to get on. And it also allows us as staff to have an idea of the number of people who are actually using those courts. The pass would be available to residents of surrounding municipalities as well as those in Mono. Okay? That's one of your decisions or to think about. The second is, what are your court hours going to be at the Lynn Gibson tennis courts? Court hours at our other courts have been predominantly 7:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. during the height of the season. And then as we come into the fall and in earlier summer months, the hours are approximately 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Okay? So council can look at, are we going to have those hours for our courts? So 7:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. and then approximately 8 a.m. to 8 or 9 p.m. Following the other courts in Mono, or I should say for the Mono College courts. The Mono Center courts are 7:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. for the entire tennis season. Okay? Or would council prefer to have those courts at a time that is that follows the present time that the parking gate is open and closed at Lynn Gibson courts? So the parking gate is presently open at 8 a.m., presently closes at 8 p.m. However, as we get into September, that gate normally closes approximately 6 p.m. for parking. So again, council can decide, do you want to follow those hours? Or one final option is to follow the preset hours of what we do at Mono College, but still have the parking lot gate closed at the times that it's presently being closed. So the court times and the parking lot gate times would not coincide, which would involve people who are playing tennis to make sure that they are not parked within the parking lot while they will be challenged on trying to get out of the parking lot, or they're going to be forced to park on first line when they come to play tennis, if they think they're going to play tennis past 6 p.m. So I've tried to lay out your options. I'm sorry if I've made it complicated. I must admit, as I was writing this report to you, which I thought was going to be just a very quick one-page report, as I started writing and thinking about it and going, oh my goodness, this has got a few more options than what I originally thought of. So fire away with your questions.
Melinda, and then Elaine.
Thanks, Kim. This is a great report. It's very exciting that we're going to have all these tennis courts and parking issues. Thinking about, it's awesome that the Mono Center has a tennis club that has been administering, you know, the administration part of what hours they play and what hours public can, because this is really about public, right? So what hours that the public can come in and so on. So, but at Mono College, where the gate is just open all the time, there is no need for an administrative group or anything. But you're vulnerable if it's open all of the time to the skateboards and the dog training and things.
Correct, but I will bring, remind you that we are presently working with the Mono Pickleball Club at
Oh, so it's a
Mono-
club situation. Okay, so
at
that
Mono
could-
College. So we will
we-
be going into a revised agreement with the Pickleball Club, which is presently in the works. And I will say it is somewhat similar to the tennis club
Okay,
agreement.
so then that makes me think that Island Lake, what club is gonna
Gibson.
step up and, pardon me, the Lynn Gibson courts, what club is going to step up, and is Mono Center, the tennis club going to be utilizing that, and so then there'll be lots of volunteers. Like, there's a lot of extra questions for me when you talk about the, okay, so then the next question I have is, the reserving and the administration part about the Mono Center now happens online?
It happens online through the Mono Tennis Club.
Okay, because that was my other question. If we're going to do that kind of a thing in Island at Lynn Gibson, are we computer savvy out there yet with respect to it being on our, as an offering? Right? As an offering.
That is something that I have discussed with our clerk, who their staff would be, they are the web content IT wonderful gurus that I refer to for setting programs of this up.
Because
So-
it would be kind of nice to have Mono be uniform, is what I'm thinking, which whatever we decide, that it goes uniform. But anyway, thanks for clarifying. Those are my questions at the minute.
Lynn?
Yeah, thank you. My question was similar in that what is it that we're going to do at Mono College Park?
Mhm.
And my preference, regardless of what we do, is that we have a consistent approach at all three areas. So whatever that is, they should all be the same. And
Well,
that
it-
might even alter the hours at Mono Center to 10 o'clock instead of 11. I don't know.
If I can just answer that for you, you both mentioned consistency. The only difference being with the Lynn Gibson courts is there has been no partner come forward at this point wanting to form a partnership with us, or I should say club wanting to form a partnership with us for the operation of those courts. So the Mono Tennis Club has not expressed an interest in having those courts as part of the tennis club. The Mono Pickleball Club, obviously, they're very excited about what we're building for them down at Mono College Park, and that's the location that they are focusing on at this present time. So the Lynn Gibson courts are a little bit different in that the town would be strictly responsible for the management at this time until maybe, who knows, there may be a club that may come forward.
I still want to do that, yeah, word, exactly. Okay, Ralph, and then,
Could you elaborate a little bit on the booking mechanism at the Mono Center? It's online?
Certainly, it's online through the Mono Tennis Club, so they operate it. They have bought a software program that allows their members, as well as the residents in Mono who purchase a community pass,
Okay.
to go online and book the exact time when they want to play tennis at the court. So what this does is it allows individuals to see when the courts are available, so they're not going out to the courts and spending that half an hour of sitting and waiting, rather than if they book at 8:30 in the morning, they know their court is going, you know, court 1, 2, 3, or 4 will be available for them at 8:30 in the morning.
So they have, you have to know the website, and that's all you need to go on. Once you know the website for that court, then you can go on there and you can look at. Or do you have to have a code number or
I would
something,
believe
Ken?
that they have to have a membership number or whatever to get onto that, because it's not open to anyone except people who have a community pass or members of the Mono Tennis Club.
So you had mentioned that the, I'm not finished.
No, I know, I see that. I'm just eager.
You had mentioned that if we did that similar thing at the Lynn Gibson, that it would involve the town. Does it need to involve the town, or could we have a similar off-site program as they have up at Mono Center?
Well, the program that they have at Mono Center is administered by the tennis club, so there is
I see. There's a club involvement.
There is club involvement. They look after it.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't get involved in that.
So my final question or suggestion is, we had quite a bit of interest from local people, and one or two people in particular, and I know that in my discussions with them over the years, I sort of hinted at the idea that having a club would be a good idea for that center. And I'm wondering if wouldn't be good for us or you to pursue that as an idea.
At this point, I was hoping that with this report going on to the agenda, it may heighten the interest of a club to come forward and let us know that they have a desire to do that. At this time, though, our courts are close, very, very close to being open, and without a club involved, council does need to give direction to staff as to how they would like the operation or the management of those courts to move forward without the involvement of a club, as we do not have one at this point.
Thanks very much. So this is even muddier now for me. Because the first question is, do we want to just open the courts and let everybody just come and wait and be polite, and if somebody's playing, you wait for 30 minutes and whatever, and the courts are always open. So then they are vulnerable to dogs and to skateboards and whatever. So maybe we don't want to do that on something we've just spent a bunch of money on. So then the community pass, plus the community pass is positive because it gets us data, right? And it gets us money because they are paying $30 a year for it, right? So that is attractive to me, except that it also is administrative and isn't very inclusive if you don't know about it. Because I have been approached by somebody saying, you know, I went out with my little kid and there's a lock on the gate, and how come I can't, like, how do you do that? And I was like, well, clearly it's an easy thing, just go online and pay your $30. Like, it's easy, but it's not when you're the person standing there thinking, hey, you know, this is supposed to be a community, which I presume if we went that way with all of our courts and we said, oh, we want to be uniform, and so it'll be open to everybody. It is inclusive, but we need to be big about telling everybody how to get access. And then we get the data about it all. Then there's also a lot of time that it's actually locked and not accessible, like the winter. It's just closed completely, right?
Courts are locked in Mono for the winter months, that's correct.
Even the ones that were open during the season to just come and use, we lock them all
Yes,
up in the
we do.
winter because
Yes.
it's good for because it's going to go wet.
To preserve the surface, yes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Can I suggest that you approach the tennis club about buying a second seat on their booking software, so that, you know, we're not going out and spending, you know, whatever. Like, can we find a way of working with them such that we can apply that software to Lynn Gibson and potentially the other courts as well?
I can certainly absolutely approach them in that regard. I can also, you know, talk to staff as well to see if we are able to create our own type of booking program.
Well, let's not create any more work in that regard. I think we're looking at sharing with somebody who's already successfully doing it. Yes.
We do have a booking system, though, for our halls.
Oh, yes.
So could we add this to the halls?
So what would happen then is the way the booking system with the halls work is that the individual has to call into staff. That gets not able to be done
Oh, it's
online.
not
Our booking
online.
system is not, we're not that,
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you.
Melinda, I'm going to try and move it along because Fred has a meeting that he's got to go to, and he has 2 items that he wants to participate on.
Okay, so. Thanks very much. So, okay, so we've talked about, because we're going to make a vote on whether we want to go with an A or B for the whatever, but the court hours and the gate, the parking gate is even more complicated at the Lynn Gibson as with respect to choices of what to do.
correct.
And at the moment, we also have a volunteer who does it and is not wanting to do it as much anymore, or something, right? It's a big burden. So the question of a staff
The
member.
volunteer, this time, I did speak with the individual involved, and they did express to me that should the hours go beyond what the hours are for the parking lot gate, that it wouldn't be something of interest to them.
Yeah, because you got to go out in the dark and whatever, right? Yeah. Doesn't it make sense, though, that if we do have parking issues, and yes, we're going to have some parking on the road, but we really would prefer a couple of cars to be parked in our parking lot if you're going to be using the tennis to keep the neighbors around happy, wouldn't it be better that the tennis hours matched the parking hours, just as a
so.
logistic? Okay, thank you.
So, just speaking for myself, I have some difficulty with the 10 p.m. Inasmuch as I haven't seen those lights yet and the impact that they have. I think that to make that decision for June through August at 10 p.m., I'd want to go out to the park and actually see what it's like at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night in terms of the impact on the neighbors and everything else.
Absolutely, I understand that. Just to give you a little bit of reassurance about that, we did do a light study prior to having the tender done.
Oh, I realize that, but I'd like to see with my own eyes what it looks like.
Absolutely. Yep.
So I do have a motion that is premised on the notion of purchasing a community pass. Is that something that we are attracted to as opposed to?
If we're going to have a community pass at Mono College, we should have a community pass at Lynn Gibson.
Yeah.
So at this point, Mono College Courts, we're presently looking at an agreement with the newly formed Mono Pickleball Club. And I will say that a community pass is something that is being talked about between the pickleball club and the town of Mono at this moment to bring forward to you. So yes, that is probably, I'm not going to say 100%, but what we're going to suggest, that a community pass for the Mono College pickleball courts.
Can I suggest that we put this on hold for a moment so we can go to the 2 items that Fred wants to participate on, and then we'll return to it?
Of course.
Sorry about that, but, okay. Can we do the items and then?
Well, maybe not. Okay, fine.
Sorry. I think Fred obviously would like to be here for.
Come back.
Yeah. Okay.
Am I on?
Yeah, go ahead with your,
Okay.
the one item.
And I didn't think I was going to make it, so guess what? I'm hitting send, and I just sent you all a copy of the report I was going to give you when you asked us for what
Council reports.
council request. I'll quickly try to summarize it. It's important enough that I wanted you to hear about this today. The county has done a road rationalization study, and Tatum Engineering did the study. Briefly, what they do is they use a complicated rating system to look at each road in the county, and if a road gets a certain weight, 6 or more, it's deemed it should be a county road. If it's less than 6, it should be a municipal road. Well, County Road 8 got a score on the western portion of 4 and on the eastern portion of 4.5, so the recommendation is they turn County Road 8, Mono Center Road, back to the town of Mono. There are costs associated with this recommendation. In considering just the road surface, Mono Center Road needs about $1.8 million of work before it's in good enough shape to download to Mono. These, by the way, are $2,020, so the actual amount is going to be higher than that. And I'm pretty sure they gave some choices, but they're in their report, there is going to be some type of agreement between the county and the town as to how to pay for that $1.8 million. But in addition to capital, that's for the capital work required on County Road 8, there's obviously going to be maintenance costs. Now, I did a very quick back-of-the-envelope calculation. Our budget last year, or this year, for road maintenance was $2.2 million. We have 275 kilometers of road, so that's ballpark about $8,000 a kilometer in maintenance. That's snow plowing, grass cutting, striping, and things like that. There's probably a difference between gravel roads and asphalt-covered roads, but my math isn't sophisticated enough to get that. That would mean roughly, for 12.4 kilometers of new road, we're looking at an increase in our maintenance budget of about $100,000 a year, ballpark, okay? So that's going to be... Beg your pardon?
How much per year?
$100,000 a year, ballpark. But in addition to maintenance cost, we're going to have to, they'll transfer 5 structures to us, 3 bridges or culverts. So we're going to have to increase or create new reserves for those. It's a fairly significant, I guess, I'm sure it could be as much as $200,000, $500,000 a year. When you think of it, we now have 40 structures in the town. This is a 10% increase in the number of structures we have to pay for. So it's not chicken feed. 2 final points. First of all, when I'm giving you this as if it's a done deal, the committee that actually considered this report was at 9 o'clock this morning, so I obviously didn't make it, so I obviously don't know what they did with this Tatum report. It's possible they turned it down. It's possible they accepted it, it's possible they modified it. If it was accepted, it'll now go to county council, and then John will also have a say on whether or not.
So where's the urgency to stop the tennis conversations and say this right now?
Because I have to go.
He has to go.
I have another meeting.
To another committee meeting.
We didn't even know you don't even know the answer. So thanks for some news, but we don't know the answer.
No, it's important that we know
Can I
this.
just know what the topic is?
It's downloading.
Downloading County Road 8 to the town of Mono.
Is that on the agenda?
No, it's not. This is under councilors. John skipped ahead in the agenda to
accommodate Fred.
Councilor's report.
Councilors, yes.
Okay.
If you don't want to hear, okay.
It's the appointment.
Councilor's report, okay.
This recommendation to turn County Road 8 over to Mono is the same recommendation that was made back in 2014-16. The older recommendation was never implemented because County Council at the time raised so much fuss that the staff dropped the idea. My second last point is that Mono is not the only municipality being hit here. In total, the study recommends 50.8 kilometers of county roads be downloaded to municipalities.
It's not our fly.
And the study is recommending that 12.9 kilometers of roads be uploaded to the county. So that has some fairly significant implications for county budgets. My own view, if you want to hear it, is that as much as we might not like this recommendation because it comes with a high cost attached, I think we have to accept it because it's based on a good engineering study. And besides, there's only one taxpayer in Dufferin County, so whether we pay these costs to the lower municipality or to the county, the total budget for roads in Dufferin should remain about the same. When you think of 50 some odd kilometers being downloaded by the county, ballpark, that's got to be $500,000 or more reduction in the county budget. That's my report, Your Worship.
Needs more thought.
This is obviously something that is going to be debated
Yes.
hotly.
Yes.
Because it always has been.
For all those residents that we have who ask you about the speed limits and the accidents and the maintenance of the roads, and our answers are always, well, it's not us, it's you have to talk to the province or you have to talk to the county. This is good news. Then we can get some control and some agency over our actual roads. I don't see where it's a problem. Plus, it's not even a for sure thing yet.
Dare I say, we might even get savings, because we've talked about how county trucks drive on our roads to get to the roads that they're going to clear with snow and things like that. when we're
It
going
all-
by
it-
them, when we go by.
It
I don't
all
know, but I
depends-
agree,
It all
it needs
depends on how
more.
much they're prepared to fix it up before they offload.
You notice Matt is not looking very happy.
Well, we need to have a full discussion. This is kind of like garbage pickup. It's the whole same thing about
Well,
what's
I'm going to
shared
go
and
into,
what's.
I don't know about Fred, but I'm
Yeah.
going to go into the county discussion by saying this should be tabled to allow the local municipalities to have discussions at their respective councils, and then come back and we'll deal with it. Mark?
Will the county also be dealing with the staffing and infrastructure?
You mean the structures?
The infrastructure, right? They're going to need less vehicles. They're
Yeah.
going to need less staff.
Yes.
We're going to need probably an additional vehicle and additional staff. Is that going to be dealt with?
And I skipped over that part of my little prepared text, but I've emailed you my prepared text so you can read that. I don't know what the county's going to do. I would assume if you've got 50 kilometers fewer roads, that it has some implications for the number of snowplow drivers you need. The only thing is, which I would add, John, however this gets debated, the county that's getting a road uploaded is going to be Orangeville, because they're suggesting Riddell Boulevard. So 109 becomes a continuous road. I suspect that's important politically, because Orangeville has almost half the votes at county council.
Yeah. Anyways, Fred wanted to put that on the record just so that we start thinking about it. And as I say, the debate will go on. Thank you. And the other item on the agenda that I thought it was important that Fred be here for is item number 8, the CAO Deputy Clerk Appointment Bylaw. And this is a bylaw to appoint Michael Dunmore as CAO Deputy Clerk.
Well, Fred, are you staying for this topic, or are you not staying for the topic?
No, I'm staying.
Well, then,
I'm just packing up. 'Cause
could you not do that? Because I find that really annoying.
I'm
when-
sorry, I've
particularly
got
when
40
we
minutes
change
to get down to
everything
the
for you.
county
Okay.
office, and I've got to run home.
So
and
let's do this in a civilized fashion, because I also want to
I'd
acknowledge,
like some respect.
I would like to acknowledge the work that Mark Early has done for the town of Mono for three plus decades. And it's a passing of a, it's something that we need to acknowledge as we make the appointment of Mark's successor. The process involving Michael's consideration did involve interviews. It involved a posting to municipal staff, and we are looking forward to working with Mike, but we will miss you, Mark, and you probably won't miss us, but you are welcome to drop in at any time, and I hope we can call on your institutional memory from time to time.
I hope you don't change your phone number.
So I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to appoint Michael Dunmore as CAO and Deputy Clerk, that it be signed by the Mayor and Clerk for the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover for that? Deputy Mayor Nick, seconded by Elaine Capes. Any discussion? Any opposed? Oh, go ahead.
Well, I guess also discussion in that, and to thank Mark for having clearly, had a succession plan in place. We talked about this last year, and I think we've made a good choice, but I think it's because through your leadership, there was a good choice to make. So I want to thank you for that.
Indeed. Thank you. And seeing none opposed, that motion is carried. Our congratulations to Michael, and our thanks to Mark, which we will celebrate in the future.
And my apologies, Your Worship, but I have to run.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, let's return to the tennis court matter. Thank you for your indulgence on that.
For the benefit of the audience, can we just clarify, Mike is not here and present?
Yes, he's on vacation at the present time, and it was pre-scheduled.
So where do we do have a prepared motion. I have some difficulty with the 10 PM component of it. I have no problem with the idea of a community pass system applying to this particular park and extended to the Mono College, subject to the agreement that we come to with the pickleball club.
Thank you, Mayor. So discussing your problem with 10 PM, it's kind of like, well, but there's houses all around on the three sides of the Mono Center, and there it's open till 11. And on this one, there's only houses on the one, because it's way at the back, and there's the rest of the park and Island Lake and so on. There's really only a couple of houses, and they're well removed in contrast to the distance that they are in Mono Center. I just think that we really need, I think ultimately going forward, to really be inclusive about, we are a pickleball and tennis community, and we've got all these scattered around our town facilities. We need to be uniform. It would be nice to be uniform. So I don't know, maybe the people in Mono Center really not like 11 PM, and because if you have a problem with 10, you're saying you would even like it like 8?
No, I'm saying I want to see it.
Oh, you want to see it?
I just want to see it before I support a 10 o'clock. Yeah.
And just for clarification, that in all of our locations of courts, the lights are on what we call, they're on a push-button timer. So in other words, if you come in the evening, say you come around, well now, if you come around 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, you would want to push the button, the lights would come on, all right, so that you can play. The lights are preset on the timer to go off at 10 o'clock. So no matter what, if you're still playing at 10 o'clock, the lights shut down and there's no more lighting available for you at Mono College or maybe Lynn Gibson as well. At Mono Center, that time is 11 PM right now. But we do cut it back to approximately 10 PM. I know the tennis club, they don't keep it open. Once it gets cold out, people aren't playing till 11 PM. What my point here is that on the evenings when no one comes to play tennis, the lights won't even go on, because unless you push the button to turn them on, they don't even go on.
Ralph?
So I'm quite happy with doing what you're suggesting. You want to see it in person and be happy with it. I think it is important, whether the lights are on for 50% of the time or days or not. I think the light should not be disturbing to the residents. We had a complaint. We put a security / artistic light on the sculpture up at the community center, and we got a complaint for somebody in the community, and Kim brought in the electrician who put a shield on the light so that it's blocked off the light from the north, which works very effectively. So I think we do have a good history of being aware of light issues, and we should continue that here. I think it'd be nice to have the light, be able to play tennis there until whatever time of the evening people want to play it.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a motion that we authorize access to Lynn Gibson tennis courts shall be by means of purchasing a community pass, and that parking lot and tennis court hours shall be the same as those of Mono College Park, specifically June 1st to August 31st, 7:30 a.m. to 10 p.m., and between September 1st and May 31st, between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m.
And this is pending your visit?
When was the end?
Well, my visit is moot, because are we even going to be open by September 1st for tennis play?
The plan is yes.
Okay.
And I will let you know that it has been communicated to me at this point, even though the fence is up and it is secured, that people are climbing the fence at this point. So Lynn Gibson courts are being played on as we speak.
Okay.
Well, that answer is needing the community gate law. I I'm sorry, but what were the times on your resolution for after October? For after-
September to May 31st, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. So I'm happy to call the vote on this, and I will hesitantly support it, subject to blowback from the community, which you folks can deal with. Yeah, move second, okay, that's, and Kimberly?
Here we go. Mayor Krillman, I just want to make it clear that the tennis courts will be shut down, more than likely, dependent on whether the end of October, and will reopen May 1st.
Right.
Okay? Okay.
Yeah. So there's a short window of opportunity to 10 o'clock before there is none for a period of time.
Actually, if we're opening the court September 1st, according to the resolution, I believe it's 9 p.m. as of the resolution.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, so, and the tennis court pass will be prorated for the remainder of the season to $10.
Okay. Okay. Are we all right?
Well, I just,
Yeah.
I mean, just to have it, how about free for this season? Why, you know, to get you used to registering for it, like you have to register, but come on out and check out our courts, but register, but we're not going to have a fee. But come May 1st, you're going to have to pay, pay.
That's a great idea. That's absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
So let's amend the motion by means of purchasing a community pass effective May 1st.
They will still have to obtain a community pass.
Right.
They will obtain, and then as of May
we're
1st
not
of
gonna
next
charge.
year, it will be purchased.
Okay, so you understand that administratively, we're not charging until next year.
You're good with that, or would you like a second motion
No, I think
after
it's-
this
I
one's
think it's an
passed,
I think
stating
it's an
that
instruction.
there'll be no charge for passes between now and X date?
Now and April 30th, 2024.
Okay, let's,
Or between now and October 31st of 2023. That's a better idea.
can we append that as a part of this motion, or do we have a separate motion? Fred?
Okay. My preference would be a second motion, but I'll amend this one if that's council's
Okay, we
wish.
have this motion
Your
on the
resolution.
floor. We have this on the floor. Let's do a second motion then. Any opposed to this motion? That motion carries. Second motion to waive the fee for the balance of this tennis year, or,
For the remainder of the 2023 tennis season.
yeah, okay. Do I have a mover for that? Elaine, seconded by, okay.
Oh,
Counselor Davey?
Elaine and.
Counselor Davey,
and-
sorry.
So Coun-
Yeah, let's make it your motion. Okay. Any opposition to that motion? That motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is the CAPES amendment to the procedural bylaw. I guess we'll give it a name, like we like naming legislation at the provincial and federal level. So I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to amend bylaw 2020-42, procedural bylaw, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk for the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Is there any explanation or discussion of this necessary? Would you like to move that, Elaine?
Sure.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any debate, discussion? And this
One comment.
Yes.
Fred, would we be able to number them down the side? I don't think it needs the motion to include all of that, but just so we can say number 1 or number 3 or number 5.
Absolutely, in fact, and that's why I worded it such that as a minimum, these columns, so that
Yes.
it didn't restrict council
Okay, thank you.
or staff. So I'll
Just
add a
for
number.
referral, when we say, let's talk about number 5 instead of trying to figure out the name. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any opposed to that motion? Motion is carried. On to Schedule A. And I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda, and do I have a mover? Councillor Magdalow, seconded by Councillor Capes. Discussion of contents of Schedule A.
All very interesting.
And of course, this does have the NEC matter here.
Well, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 that I'd like to address.
As I say, they were all interesting.
In order of importance?
Let me start with number 1.
Okay.
I want to say thank you to the treasurer for keeping the variance in a positive range. So I know what the variance is, and I think that, so just thank you for keeping the
No,
budget.
you're welcome. Just to follow up on that, every time someone comes into my office, we need money less, I just say no. They're laughing because they know that's true.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Well, we definitely, I don't know what we need to say about the Aragon thing, except to know how we're gonna be involved. I don't fully understand number 5, part 3 of POA, and what the impact is to Mono.
I can explain that.
Just on item 2, Councillor Capes, Mr. Wilker will be coming to your next council meeting in Canmore.
I'll
Okay.
know to
Okay.
be ready for that. Okay, thank you.
On the POA, I can explain that the province wants to get out of prosecution of so-called Part 3 matters. They want the municipal prosecutor to assume responsibility for that with a few exceptions. Town of Caledon is saying to the province, yes, that's great, but we don't want to assume the backlog of cases, that those should stay with the province. They should finish them up. We will commence prosecution as of a certain date, except for matters of that are catastrophic in nature, such as careless driving causing death, as an example. And they're also saying we need a staff person added to coordinate the Part 3 matters, the cost of which would be shared with Dufferin County. They actually have, I think it's 2/3 Caledon, 1/3 Dufferin is the split. 70/30, pardon me. This is long overdue because right now it's sort of it's a food fight in terms of getting Part 3 disclosure to people charged, coordinating with the police services. A lot of people have been calling for this function for many years, and it's never happened. Now they're saying it's got to happen because we're in charge of the prosecutions and we want them to go smoothly. So I think it's actually quite good news, and it could actually save money in terms of being better organized at the court level.
I guess that was my question, is what is the impact to us? Is it going to get us better process and save us money, or is it going to cost us more money?
It's going to get more matters dealt with on a docket in POA court, rather than people fumbling around looking for the paperwork and disclosure not being ready and having the person come back and occupy valuable time at the next court sitting. Hopefully, it's all sorted out.
More efficient, more effective.
Exactly.
Okay, awesome, thank you for that.
Go ahead,
I knew
Elaine.
you'd have a number 10, the UNESCO NEB, again, I'm not sure what the implications are for us over that. The high speed, I couldn't get that link to work so that I could see what the benefit was for number 11. So I wasn't sure where we fit into that. The number 12, red tape for broadband, no municipal legal agreement for right-of-way. I thought that was a bad thing, but I stand to be corrected. And number 13, illegal land use. Absolutely, we should have something about that. in our own bylaw enforcement. Surplus tax. Is there a benefit to Mono? Number 14. And number 15, I support in principle, but we should create our own position and not just adopt the one that's presented by Sue Narrows. That's it.
I can provide some background on the provincial initiatives having to do with red tape reduction. They're basically trying to make it easier for the providers to install fiber optic lines and simplify the permitting process and so forth. And we're actually doing, I think, really well in Mono here with the Rogers project, in as much as we have an open door approach where if they have a problem, they pick up the phone or they come in and we talk to them. We try and facilitate if they need to move the line a few inches here or there. It's something that we're open to, if not encouraging. Other municipalities have been real sticklers in terms of the road allowance agreements, to the point where it's a frustration to get the cable into the ground and functioning well. If I can use this as an opportunity to give everyone a bit of an update on the Rogers project. I've been informed as of August 21st that the third line section is now complete. Fourth line is 99% complete and should be finished by now. Fifth line is 95% complete and should be finished by Friday. Road crossings are taking place on the 4th and 5th, now drilling. And Fusion Tech has directed another crew to begin this work. There is a bit of a hiccup with regard to a small bridge on the 6th, just north of Highway 9, but I suspect it may well have been addressed by now. Matt, does that square with your information?
You have a bit more information than I do, it sounds like. We've been trying to work with them. They have been providing us daily work reports for status, where they are and what they're doing. I've asked them to kind of dial that back a bit and submit weekly reports with a sketch of where they're putting the cables, just so we have an idea. And it'll help expedite final approvals down the road. But yeah, it sounds like for the most part they're working off of Highway 9 and they're coming up 3rd, 4th, 5th line and 5 Side Road.
The bridge is described on the 6th. It's said to be on the 6th, just north of 9.
On the 6th, just north of 9.
I can't visualize it myself.
Oh, yeah, there's an old bridge there.
So it's all of the permits that have been picked up and everything already are all just between 5th Side Road and Highway 9 on that west part of, which direction? East part of our town.
That's correct.
So for the people who, because when you make a comment that 3rd and 4th and people are, their ears up on Facebook, when are we going to get the permits for things that are north of 5? Like, are they going to start at the top and come down? Like, do we have any clue on how, if things are 90% and 100% done already?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, I've got a pretty good relationship with Nicholas Ball, who's their municipal and utilities relations person. I'm going to be pressing him for a little bit more transparency in terms of what their future rollout is going to be. But he assures me they're working as hard as they can.
Because this item on our Schedule A about how the government's going to, make things better, it's kind of like, well, that isn't actually really important to us, right? Because we already have this agreement with a provider who is going to provide our town, so it doesn't, right?
Yeah, and the province is trying to remove some impediments that have been found in other places, but they're not found in Mono, best to my knowledge. Okay, Les? Yes.
Can't quite hear you. Could you turn your mic on?
double clicked. So currently when we do a tax sale, we put out the minimum that we are looking for, which includes all tax arrears, legal, processing the tax sale, and anything, all other costs. The tax sales we've had in the past, people would put in their submission, how much they want to buy the property for, do come in what we're looking for. At one point, so first say we need $10,000 to clear off all our costs, and if someone bids 20, we get at one point, we used to be able to keep the $10,000 difference. I think someone in Queen's Park thought, wow, municipalities are having a windfall here. So they changed legislation and said, no, we want the difference. So guess what this municipality is doing? Let's go back to the old way to help finance some of our own costs, that any excess proceeds of a tax sale will stay with the municipality. So that's what that resolution is all about.
So we want that.
We want that, yes.
We want that.
Yes.
So let's support that. Okay. So
Can-
what do? Do we send a letter as well?
Resolution, Fred?
The simplest resolution would be that Council for Town of Mono supports and endorses the resolution passed by the Township of Sioux Narrows, Nestor Falls. Oh, sorry?
No. Lake Charles.
St. Charles one,
Or
sorry.
St.
Can't read.
Charles.
That Council for Town of Mono supports and endorses the Township of Essex resolution calling on the province to reinstate legislation to permit municipalities to apply for and retain surplus proceeds from tax sales. St. Charles was supporting Essex's.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Elaine, you're moving?
I'd love to move that.
Seconded by Councillor Davy. Any opposition to that? That motion is carried. Anything else?
That was, I
You're
had
done?
those
Okay.
7 items.
You brought up the illegal land use enforcement, and Kelvin was asking if this,
Microphone.
Kelvin was asking that this be extended to beyond truck parking. What are they thinking about? What are the illegal land uses that are not already covered by our bylaws that we need to?
Any insight on this? I'm trying to find it.
Number, oh, it's,
Yes, I see.
Yeah, Councillor Manktolo, the resolution is calling for several things, including the increase of fines that are in the Planning Act.
and so one of the things they're calling for, which I'm asking about, is that that the legislation include other things than legal trucking. And I'm asking what other things are already covered by our bylaws? What could they be referring to?
Any land use.
Yeah, no, I think what they're looking at is just to expand the fines within the Planning Act,
Okay.
because that's where all your land uses are being controlled.
All right, it does say that the legal land use enforcement task force mandate be expanded to include other types of legal land uses. And
But doesn't illegal land use mean that you're just forging ahead doing what's not allowed on that land?
Yeah, and I think what I read the resolution wrong. So I think what Callan is saying is they have a task force to deal with the trucking industry. It's the trucking industry, right? Yeah, and I think what they're getting at is that there's other land uses within the town of Caledon that they want that same committee to be looking at, not just their trucking industry, and I have no insight as to what they're looking for, and the resolution doesn't provide that.
Thank you.
And under my report, I'm going to indicate what transpired between myself and the Attorney General on Monday.
Oh, good. Illegal land?
Well, it's fines and other things. Ralph, anything else?
Well, there is the item I think we were going to discuss related to the application of Mr. Singer.
Okay. Mark, is there anything we can do at this point, even if we wanted to, in terms of seeing this modified or changed? Or?
The act is very specific, so the 14 days is the 14 days. I mean, the NEC's had thousands of applications that have gone through this process. Not only has the 14 days been challenged, but so has the circulation distance and appeals beyond circulation distances. But I would say no is the answer. I think if there was an opportunity to appeal to the 22nd, people were aware of it at that time and should have taken the opportunity.
Thank you. And I see Dell in the back of the room, and he's the most immediately impacted neighbor, I believe, of the Singer property. Is that a correct thing to say? Dell, come on forward and just turn on the mic. I'm just going to let Dell speak because he has...
He's waited for 5 hours.
Well, and not only that, but he is more affected by this than some of the prior speakers.
Cliff Singer's still here as well. I don't know, can you hear me?
I see you're here.
Mr. Singer? Yes.
All right, yeah.
Mr. Singer, we're just going to let somebody from the audience speak, and
Yeah, but
we're going to keep this
Mr.
very brief.
Mr. Bernard is more than a kilometer away from where the house is going to be.
Okay, well, he's closer than the other people who were speaking.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wouldn't say I'm the most impacted, but I'm a member of MC Square, and I had a keen interest on the politics or the doing of the town municipality of Mono for a long time. So, say 43 years since I moved here. I'm a bit troubled by some of the happening that goes on in the neighborhood. The general group, I've been there, I'm the oldest member of that group of houses.
We need to speak specifically to the Singer application.
So it so happened that I get calls from my neighbors because they know I keep an eye on what goes on in town. And we have had this issue before, particularly in 2015, 2016, we had a tribunal hearing. I have no objections to the owners of the property, which is not named on this, by the way. There's no name.
I found that out.
Excuse me. We had a tribunal ruling by the NEC, and it came about because there was an application for holding an international motorsport vehicle event place, which is what is skiing events. That's not an issue. It was a fact. It's not an opinion. It's a fact. The tribunal ruled and placed a number of events that he could hold here, he or she, whoever owns the property. Following that is also approximately 20 conditions the tribunal saw fit to place on this. And this application here does not say that he will continue to provide this, but he has held in the past, and so we have to learn from our mistakes.
Dale, I think it goes without saying that Mr. Singer is still obliged to follow those conditions. There's nothing to say that he's excused from them.
And if those conditions are by, I have no objections.
Okay.
And I will pass that information on to my neighbors, which keep on calling me for information. And I'd say, call your councilor, call your mayor, because I'm not your go-to person.
If I can ask staff, is there anything in the current NEC permit proposal that in any way changes the conditions that were finally arrived at, modifies them, affects them in any way?
No. No, this application is for a residence, which Mr. Singer is entitled to build on that property.
Absolutely.
The hearing was related to the competition aspects. For the water ski event, the conditions were limited to the competition of events. If Mr. Singer wants to hold competitions on his property, he would then have to either follow these conditions or possibly even reapply because of the 3 years for a development permit. So I don't know whether that was even taken care of. But We have treated this application for what it is, and it is an application for a house and various other items on the property, certainly related to the residential use of the property. This has nothing to do with the competition that was adjudicated back in 2016.
Thank you. And just to correct, because I like to speak on facts only. Mr. Singer said I'm more than 1 kilometer away from his property. I received this information because I'm 120 meters from his property, which is 1/10 of a kilometer. Thank you.
Del, I believe what Dr. Singer said was that you were more than 1 kilometer away from where he was building his house on the property.
Okay, the edge of this property, I understand. Semantics, right?
You're a neighbor, in other words. Mr. Singer, you probably heard that interchange, and I don't think there's anything that we're able to say or do at this point, even if we wanted to. And I don't think that the assertions that were made at one point that somehow it was mysterious that your application was landing on our agenda after the expiry of the appeal period, that is a coincidence at best, and it certainly was not something done deliberately so that we wouldn't have an opportunity to comment if we chose to do so. That commenting period, I gather, expired at midnight on Tuesday. Elaine?
I'm not saying we do have any comments to make, but presuming, I'm going to say if we did have comments to submit to the NEC, that we would still make them, and at that time we would ask them to extend that deadline because of the time in which we received that document. So this is not specifically for this application or development permit for going forward. Like, I don't think if we have comments, then they need to be sent, whether or not in their minds we've gone past their deadline, because we didn't have that in time to respond. I'm not saying we're doing that this time, but if we needed to.
So for clarification, there's a commenting period, which is when they provide staff with an application. So you don't see those 4 garages for whatever. In this case, it was a house. It would have met our bylaws outside of the zoning bylaws, so we commented favorably. Okay. What we're talking about here is the 14-day appeal period that is provided through the Niagara Escarpment Planning and Development Act. And that is what I'm saying is a very fixed and legislated requirement. And that's what you can't move beyond. We regularly will delay comments on their commenting period, especially when there's a situation where it's something that doesn't meet our bylaw. We would be bringing that to council ahead of time for comment. So just to clarify, there's a commenting period up front, then the NEC makes a decision through their act, then it gets sent out for a 14-day appeal period. So that's what expired on the 22nd.
And they wouldn't budge on that?
They can't.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and we have commented, and critically so, on at least one occasion I can think of, and that was a proposed paintball operation up on the 30th that was built contrary to the NEC, and then they scrambled to try and get dispensation, and ultimately ended up withdrawing their application and selling the property. But that was one where we weighed in very strongly at an early opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments on this matter? Well, Mr. Singer, thank you for waiting around. It turns out there's I think we've concluded with the matter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Davey.
No, all the things that were on my list we already discussed.
Okay, I think we've done a motion on Schedule A, and
Could I interject on an unrelated matter that came up during the during your discussions to do with Phil? Somebody asked a question, I have the answer.
Mr. Singer, I do have to move the meeting along.
Okay.
If it's something you can send to us as an email inquiry, I'll attempt to get back to you.
Can you give me 60 seconds?
No, I've already broken the rules on question period a number of times, and I'm happy to communicate with you on it, whatever it may be.
All right, I was just trying to be helpful, but anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so now we're done.
Okay, reports of members of council. Anything to report? Elaine?
Do we have to approve schedule?
We've done it.
Did we? When?
Yeah, at the very beginning.
Oh, so you
Yeah.
just asked me if I have a report, I do.
Okay. Do you have a report?
I do.
Okay,
Because
excellent.
I thought you were asking me if there was something from Schedule A that I wanted to talk
No.
about, because Mr. Singer's thing was on Schedule A, so, okay. So I would like to report as the representative from the Recreation Advisory Committee that Mono Melodies went off on Sunday with great success. It was a super day. We had 5 local talent, amateur talent. Our finale band was a brand-new band, though they actually were musicians who had some talent, so, or not talent, some experience, pardon me, some experience. So they had all the electronic equipment for our amateurs earlier in the day. So it was a great success, and just to let you know that we'll be doing it again next year. So we'll look forward to seeing everybody there next year. I'm not sure what date we're going to choose, but it all went very well. And also with respect to things going on in town, the Heritage Committee's bicentenary thing is coming up, and I unfortunately will not be here. But there is a time capsule that's being generated, and so we have been it's been requested of us as council that we maybe have something to say to the future council. I don't know in a time capsule whether there's a given time that we know that they're for sure going to open it up, or is it going to be aliens in 800 years, or is it going to be people in 5 years? But we've been requested, and the date you guys are going to be here, I'm not, but it's the 16th, and so we need to get our ducks in a row. I would like to do that. And then I have another question, and it's unfortunate that Fred's not here because he is about the invasive species that we've got around in Mono, and they seem to be popping up every time I look at something on Facebook or my gardening group. There's something more that I need to be removing, and I have been requested from the residents to ask, find out, what am I supposed to do with this stuff? Is it waste, like is Dufferin County that, or, like if you've pulled out all of these plants that you want now the seeds not to make more of, you need to kill them. And then a lot of things, I know Fred talks about putting them in plastic bags. Then what happens to them? Do we know?
Yeah.
We're supposed to bag them in black plastic bags for up to 2 weeks, and then throw them in the and with the household waste.
Oh, so it is go to the county then to the landfill? Okay, great, thank you. Because I was not able to answer that, but I thought that there were probably some people in the public who need to know that too. So thank you very much. That's my report.
Thank you. Ralph?
And I'll just add on to that, for some things, it's longer than 2 weeks, so you have to, up to 6 weeks.
Okay.
Anyway, it's species specific. I attended AMO in London. I went there somewhat out of a sense of duty that I should attend, and I was pleasantly surprised. There were quite a few areas that were quite interesting to me, and I'll put together a little report, as has sometimes been done before by council, and I suppose it'll go on Schedule A. So it was a good meeting. It started on Wednesday, and it started with my discovering that my accommodation did not exist, and and it finished on, so that was Sunday. It finished on Wednesday. That was the worst part of the meeting, when I tried to drive home in a rainstorm on Highway 401. It was a good meeting. I was pleased I went.
Elaine, anything?
I have nothing to report.
Okay, I too was at AMO, and I had a really fruitful and interesting delegation with the Attorney General.
And I'm going to share that with council through Agenda A of the next meeting. But I pre-circulated the 1,200 words so that he'd have a chance to look at it, and which he did. It was abundantly clear that he had read it. And I talked about the inadequacy of fines, POA fines and other fines, the inadequacy of the mechanism by which they are scrutinized by the court and increased or not increased. I talked about the frustration of enforcement of municipal bylaws through the POA system, where we would get ourselves into a situation of a conviction against somebody for a community standards bylaw, as an example, and then getting a meager fine as a result, but no power at that stage to order a remediation or a cleanup. And the fact that we had to then go back and make a separate application to the Superior Court to do that, and suggesting to him that it was a waste of time, money, and needless to say, red tape. I think I made an impression on him on that part, because he immediately understood what I was saying. That it would be a lot easier if it's a one-stop court action as opposed to two different actions, especially when you're going to the Superior Court and it takes months and months and months and costs probably minimum $20,000 to do what you should be able to do in the first instance. I talked about automated speed enforcement, needless to say, and also was part of a delegation to the Ministry of Transportation. They finally did offer me an in with somebody else, and that went, I think, as well as could be expected. But the assistant deputy, it was not to the minister, it was to two assistant deputy ministers. And one of them tried to spin the story that, well, you have all the discretion you need. And immediately all of us around the table said, no, you're missing the point. It has to do with the 79 versus 80 kilometers per hour, and it has to do with imposing a school zone or a community safety zone unnecessarily in order to qualify to use the technology. So I think we actually assisted the ADM in understanding what the fuss was about. But I felt good about it, and I don't normally feel good about delegations because I've been to too many over the years, and they tend to go nowhere. The other thing that I want to bring you up to speed on is that I had a request to see the Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry about wildfires, and I was declined. But the ministry staff got in touch with me about 24 hours after I got the rejection slip, and they want to meet, they want to present, they are keen to come up here, and they're keen to meet with anyone who wants to meet with them on that topic. I now have a great long list of available dates, and I'm going to reach out to those of you on fire boards, and hopefully if you could then disseminate that opportunity. First of all, we had to pin down a date, but they are quite keen in having a dialogue about that issue, and I think it's top of mind these days.
It'd be good to have some of our fire chiefs there.
And that's the idea, is to get the fire chiefs there, and Steve Murphy, and anyone else who is interested in this topic, because 50% of these wildfires are started by lightning. We have, thousands of acres of provincial land and county forests in Dufferin County. A large portion of it is inaccessible to equipment that we currently have. And then there's the whole issue of training of firefighters as well for this kind of activity. And it's having been involved in fighting a fire on an adjacent property when I was about 28 years old, I can attest to the fact that these fires are stubborn, they go underground, they smolder, they erupt in places you never expect. It's quite scary stuff. So that's my report.
We have a Rosemont Fire Board meeting on the 8th.
Okay. I will get something out as soon as I possibly can. So, staff reports, anything to report? Jim?
If I may just
yes.
intercede, Your Worship, if there's going to be any staff reports, council's going to have to pass a resolution to extend the meeting.
Okay, is there any appetite to do that? I think we can wrap up fairly quickly.
I think we should have staff reports.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Ralph Magdalo moves to extend the meeting, seconded. Okay, there we go. Kimberly, short?
I'm loving Kimberly. Not so much as a staff report, however, it is a thank you to council. I want to extend a thank you to council on behalf of staff for your wisdom of approximately 6 years ago for appointing Mark Early as our CAO. Under Mark's guidance, we have been privileged to be able to learn and to spread our wings and increase our we have more, I believe, I'm losing the word, that we're all now more capable and we believe in ourselves because of the guidance of an incredible leader that we have had. Mark has been the type of leader where he has led us from a distance in that he's allowed us to make decisions, sometimes good, sometimes bad, but it has allowed all of us to grow in our professional development. But Mark also has the incredible capability to come and hone in on us when we need him. And he's always had an open door policy for us. We've always been able to go to him for guidance and for his wisdom and his judgment, which he has gained here through Mono over his past 34 years. So on behalf of staff, I just want to say thank you, council, for giving us this opportunity to work under such an incredible leader. We are certainly going to miss Mark. We are excited for him in the new chapter and the new journey he's about to go on. And there's probably at least 2 of us at this table who are incredibly envious that he gets to go on this journey before we do. But actually, 3, maybe 4. Look out, council. So thank you very much. And to you, Mark, it's tough getting through this without a few tears. We are going to miss you. We're excited for your replacement that's going to be sitting at that spot and at the next council meeting. But believe me, you will be in our thoughts ongoing. So thank you.
Dave.
I'm not going to weigh into work-related items. I think council's aware of some of them that are coming up, including the case management conference for Aragon. I just want to follow up with Kim's comments briefly, quickly. I worked over 30 years, I think, private sector, public sector, municipalities, American corporation, my first job, consulting. And I can say without a doubt, notwithstanding the good person you've just given the nod to, who will do very well, Mark Early is undoubtedly one of the best, if not the best CEO and leader I've ever worked for, hands down. And I've worked with a few.
I guess we're handing the baton over and over. I started the same year as Mark, back in 1990. I don't have the 34 years because everyone jokes I had a sabbatical. I tried a different avenue in life and ended up coming back. And I remember John Krillman was actually mayor at that time, but when I did come back, I think you were just appointed judge. But getting back to Mark, we worked together for a long time. Our kids are similar in age, though I stuck with 2. Mark decided to have 4. But, so we shared a lot of experiences, a lot of knowledge with the township and now town. And as Kim and Dave have said, we wish him all the best, and we will miss him. And one thing, like as Kim has said, Mark allowed us to do our jobs. He had big shoes to fill after Keith McNenny left, and I think he's leaving bigger shoes. So good luck, Mark.
Your turn, Fred.
I'm happy to defer to the CAO and deputy clerk.
Fair enough.
Les, they're only a size 7.5, by the way. So if I could take this time, I won't be long. For those of you who've been in my office, you've probably seen this quote hanging there for quite a while now. And it's from Hunter S. Thompson, if you know Hunter S. Thompson from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. So it says, "Life should not be a journey to the grave with the intention of arriving safely in a pretty and well-preserved body, but rather to skid in broadside in a cloud of smoke, thoroughly used up, totally worn out, and loudly proclaiming, wow, what a ride." So I'd like to say thank you to all the residents of the town that I've been able to deal with. Thank you to this council and all the previous councils for providing me with this great opportunity to work and grow at the town of Mono. It's been great. And to my wonderful staff who always make me look better than I really am. So thank you very much. And on that, I'd like to say, wow, what a ride.
And a little bit of trivia, I don't know if you're aware, but Hunter S. Thompson was, after his death, was shot into space, his ashes. So that was a ride. Okay. I have one item for Les, and that is in today's General Government Services Committee agenda, there's a report from the county treasurer about the tax ratio adjustments that they are proposing to make at the county, who have responsibility for setting the tax ratios, those being between residential, agricultural, and various other things. I get the sense, looking at that they have not taken into consideration one idea that I know is near and dear to Elaine's heart, and it is mine as well, and that is that a residence that is being used for short-term rentals should be somehow treated differently than just a regular residence, and is that something that can be done through tax ratios?
Yes, it can.
And is there any explanation as to why they aren't going down that road?
The local treasurers weren't that deeply involved with that study. We had some minimal input, but I don't have an answer for you, Mayor.
Okay. Well, I'm going to pursue that at the county because I think that frankly they should. And if you can think of any other situations where we should be taking an argument to the county before they pass the new ratios, please let Fred and myself know. Okay. Notices of motion. I'm going to have something for the next meeting on the sign bylaw. Any other notices of motion? In-camera items? None. Confirming bylaw. I have have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Mono in Session 16-2023 held on the 24th of August 2023, that it be signed by the Mayor and Clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover? Councillor Magdalow, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposed? It's carried, and I have a motion that we adjourn this meeting at 15 minutes past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Do I have a mover? Councillor Davey, Councillor Capes, seconds. Any opposition? Seeing none? Thank you very much, everyone.